All right, this is the Western Hills Water District special meeting of the Board of Directors, Wednesday, March 17th, 2021. It is 6:07 p.m. and we are reconvening from our open session. There's no reportable actions to take during the closed session. So we're going to move forward to the town hall discussion regarding the Western Hills Water District rate study. So the opening statement. We made mention last week when we put this rate study forward, but I think it got lost in all of the chaos of just the amount of the rate. So I kind of want to back up a little bit and clarify some things to help the folks to understand where we're at. A water rate study, I'm going to kind of use a word picture here. It's kind of like going to the dentist. And you go into the dentist and they start telling you you've got cavities, you've got like 10 cavities, you've got a root canal, you've got an abscess, you got all this stuff. And it's all true. It is a real fact that you have all this problem going on in your mouth. And then you start thinking, oh my gosh, that's going to cost a lot of money. And so you start ringing up all the numbers. And then you realize, oh my gosh, that's going to cost a really lot of money. So then you start kind of putting together a treatment plan, and you decide, what do you want to pay first? What do you need to do? And so then you start working out your treatment plan. This is kind of what the rate study is. We presented a rate study. Remember I told you guys we're going to do a rate study, then we were going to come and have a town hall, then we were going to invite Angels Crossing, and then there was going to be a possible vote. And we were doing it concession every week. And so what kind of got lost, and we kind of realized that as all of the community started discussing on Facebook and on Nextdoor, we started recognizing that some things got lost. And so I kind of want to back us up a little bit. And I want to talk about what the rate study was last week. The rate study is that the dentist is telling us what's wrong. Here is the facts of the scenario that you as a water district's in. That's why we do rate studies every 5 years. It's not like a law tells us to, but it's kind of a rule of thumb. Most water companies, and Mr. Rick, is it Simonson? He will be able to explain this better than me, but every 5 years, most utility companies do a rate study, and it kind of keeps us in check where we're at, and do we need to move forward and raise rates? Do we not need to do anything? So we got the doctor's report, and I think all of us were in utter shock. As we said the last time, every board member got this information right before the start of the meeting. All of us were shell-shocked. I knew what numbers were, but we were going back and forth on numbers, and numbers were changing consistently. But the final numbers came in and they were presented in their fullness. Every single board member was shocked at those numbers. And I want you to understand that nobody gets up from a dentist with a bunch of work and thousands of dollars of work and says, all right, let's start going on it. What we do is we sit down and we do a treatment plan. How can we best implement this? What are our options? The key word in this is options. There are options. And that is the job of us, the board of directors, is to look at options. No board member once desires to raise rates to the $390 that we talked about last week. And I want to be clear on that. Just because the dentist says you have all of this, it doesn't mean it's going to happen and you're going to have to pay for all of that right now. So we as a board of directors are now talking, and that is what we've been doing. We've been communicating, and we've been discussing amongst just myself. I'm like sitting here, okay, let's see what kind of things are. I immediately got a hold of Rick, and he's going to present now a couple other options, because I knew immediately that these rates were not going to work. And so he's been working up some numbers and we're going to present that. But these are still, I want you to understand, these are options. They're like that treatment plan. We may still need to come back with another option or even another option. So this is not anything that is cut in stone. And I want you as a community to know that. So moving a little bit forward, when I started hearing, because I'm not part of the social media stuff, but when I started hearing on social media that our folks were just really upset and they began to contact the county of Stanislaus, I immediately was like, oh my gosh, our constituents are really freaking out. And if you know, and a lot of you don't know me, but I'm a person that goes, oh my God, what can we do to help calm folks? Well, then a name came up in the social media world, and they were saying that everybody was contacting our newest board of supervisor, Mr. Chance Condit. And in my mind, I was like, oh my gosh, this poor guy, he just got elected. He's been in office about 4 months, and he probably doesn't even know what Western Hills Water District is because we're such a tiny little obscure place up in the mountains. And I could just imagine the amount of like, what's going on? What is all of this information? And I was feeling really bad for him. I really was. So I talked to our attorney, Mr. Hobbs, and I said, hey, should you talk to the city attorney or the county attorney and you know, kind of give him a heads up? And because we have a relationship with many of the people on the board of supervisors, and should we do that? So I know our attorney talked and they talked, and then I said, should I reach out? And my attorney, our attorney, said, sure, go ahead. So I reached out to Mr. Condit, and basically I left a message and said, hey, this is Matthew from Western Hills Water District, and I would love to talk to you. So he graciously called me back, and we had a 30-minute conversation. I put a statement out, and here's the funny thing. This is a little tongue in cheek, but I think in the social media world, and I see my kids playing on video games and everything, and I think there's like these lenses and these glasses that work only in the social media world. But what they do is when you read something, you kind of have this X-ray vision to read between the lines. And it's an amazing thing. It's amazing talent. But all of a sudden, my statement to the community of saying, hey, we discussed, and hey, we talked, and hey, we communicated, became outrageously out of context. So the next thing I knew, I was in my car driving and I get a call, and Mr. Condit is pretty hot under the collar. And let me just tell you, I immediately realized that I really screwed up. And let me tell you, I want to apologize officially to Mr. Condit. And let me tell you why. I feel horrible because my intention was to help him understand our complicated district. And in 30 minutes, I mean, come on, guys, a lot of you have lived up here a long time and you still don't understand this complicated district. So nobody can really understand this complicated district in 30 minutes. But I tried my best. And I thought we had a really great conversation. I was very impressed with Mr. Condit. I think he's an excellent supervisor, and I look forward to working with him. But when he was very upset with me, I realized, oh my God, I'm not a politician, and he is. And for those of you that don't know this, my wife worked for a political action committee, and she worked with politicians a lot. And I got to hear a lot of stories. And so my mind began to think about things. And, you know, politicians have a very difficult job, and Mr. Condit has a very difficult job. And I was not thinking about his position as a politician. When you have constituents that come and talk to you, there's things that you do and you say that work because you're a politician, and you have to be very careful with every word you say, every I you cross, every T you cross. It's a whole nother world. And for those of you that have never been involved in politics, it's a really crazy world to live in. And it's very tough to be a politician. I know for me, I will never be a politician. I'm not a politician. I don't claim to be a politician. I'm just a homeowner living up here and trying to help the best I can. But Mr. Condit is a politician. That's his job. That's what he gets paid to do. And I really think that I screwed up because when I put out a comment to all of you, and I stand behind that statement, everything in that statement is true and it is 100% correct. Here's the problem, and I understand that. When you're a politician, any type of dotting the I and crossing the T is looked upon. You know, you have people looking over every single thing that goes out of your office, every single thing that is said. It is so important because it's your life. It's the way you live as a politician. And unfortunately, I really did a bad thing. And that is my statement, though everything is true, I forgot that people read between lines. And I don't know how they do it, but they do it. And when you read between the lines, you find a lot of stuff. I don't know how, but you do. And all of those things that are in between the lines can become very problematic when you're a politician. And so I never thought of any of that. And it's kind of selfish of me. And I want to apologize to Mr. Condit tonight officially, because I did not take your job as a politician seriously enough. I really didn't. I was looking at it from a non-politician point of view of just, hey, I want to let my community know I talked to you and explained a lot of the craziness of this district and the complications of it. And I really didn't stop to think, gosh, I really need to make sure that I's are dotted and T's are crossed, because I'm putting a politician in a very precarious position. So I'm asking for your forgiveness publicly, and I want to apologize to you. And even though I stand full-heartedly behind my statement, not in between lines and what people can construe from it or come up in their own ways of what they think I meant or what I think I said, I believe everything in my statement is accurate, but I do apologize for not taking your job as a politician more seriously. And for that, I ask your forgiveness, and I am really sorry. And I do look forward to continuing to work with the Board of Supervisors in Modesto. I really do. So enough said on that. Moving forward, I want us to get right to this new rate study I was talking to you about, because again, we want to not have everybody thinking that rates are going to go up to that amount. I want everybody to take a deep breath and understand that that's not going to happen. We just got the real numbers, and those are real numbers. Those aren't made up numbers. Those aren't fake numbers. Those are real numbers. But now what can we do to somehow work, and what kind of options can we have? So Rick, if you could take it from here, I'd like you to help the community understand the new couple options that are out. And again, folks, these are just options. We may even have another few for you, but here's a couple options that we could do that I've had him working on this week. And I want to put that out for you. And then we have some questions for you, Rick.
Great. And can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Excellent. So I'm now sharing my screen. Let's see. What do you see?
I see all three options.
Okay. You see an Excel spreadsheet. Well,
Yes,
thank you. So I'll reintroduce myself. I did speak last week. I'm Rick Simonson, Senior Vice President with HF&H. We do water, sewer, solid waste rate studies all across California. And as Matthew said, it's not uncommon. It's very common to do rate studies every 5 years, reassess, see what you need to do with your rates, plan for large capital improvements if they're coming down the pike. So we did this about 5 years ago. This isn't our first time doing this for the district. And at that time, there was developer involvement. We knew there would need to be some significant increases. At that time, it was those recommended increases were not passed. So here we are again 5 years later, looking at more significant increases, mainly due to the developer having zero involvement. So the costs of running the entire operation is falling on the shoulders of the current connections, the current residents. So what we presented last week was And you can see a summary here. I'll highlight here the 2021 estimates of a shortfall based on your current rates, which are just over $100 fixed charge per month, and then the usage charge based on $1.49 per unit. You have a shortfall of about 2.6 million. Current costs for operations are about 3.5, which does include about 500,000 for loan repayments that will be satisfied within about the next 18 months. So that's an expense that will go away. So you're bringing in only about 900,000 with your current rate. So that's why we're seeing a $2.6 million shortfall. And that's why you see on option one, as Matt mentioned, a $390 fixed component to your rates. And in addition to that, the usage charge. So that's what was presented last week. And Matt reached out yesterday to say, well, you know, what can we do? What do other communities do about phasing in? Because a lot of our clients may be facing significant increases. They have reserves available that they can kind of buy down those rate increases. So what could we do here with our district? So we took an approach, and what we're calling option two here. You have the current rate of just over $100 per fixed, and instead of going up to $390, going up to $225 for the fixed, and instead of going up to $7.39 for your per unit charge based on your actual usage that month, raising that just over $1, about $1.10 to $2.59. So if we had a shortfall of 2.6 million the previous year, and we needed to raise rates up to that 390, but we're not going to, there's going to be a shortfall. The amount of that shortfall in the first 6 months of next year would be 838,000 by not raising it up to that true cost of service. So discussions need to be had. How do you make up that surplus if you don't have reserves? So these options just present the data as is, not how are we going to fund that shortfall. That's another discussion. One other thing I'll point out, and then I'll explain how it moves over time, these columns I show on this spreadsheet. There's the water banking revenue. That's volatile, you get each year, but you don't know what that amount is. The assumption here, your base rates assume you receive nothing. So once you do receive some water banking revenue, we can work with the board to set up a program in which those revenues are credited back to the residents over time once the money is in hand. So just keep that in mind. So how we looked at this option is starting July 1, increasing the rates to 225 fixed to 259. Then 6 months later, raising that 225 to 290 and raising the usage charge to $5. So in 6-month increments, slowly growing that increase to get to the $333 that we need by 2023. As you see in option one, we get up to $333 fixed charge, and the same with option two. So we're looking at phasing this in over time. Again, a result of that is you have shortfalls until you do reach that level. So in option two, we spread it over 3 6-month rate increases. July 1, 2021, January 1, 2022, and July 1, 2022, you would be at the cost of service again, just as option one if you did it and just tore the Band-Aid off day one. You'd be in the positive moving forward, and then you'd have the water banking revenue credits that could start at that same time to reduce those bills. We looked at another option. What if we extend that phasing in over 4 6-month periods? And the result of that is, yes, we'll increase at a slower rate, doubling that $100 to 200 instead of all the way up to the 390. But you'll have a shortfall in the first 6 months of 927,000. And again, we'll slowly raise that up till you break even in this option 3 by the 6 months of January through June 2023. So the key point here is phasing in or tearing the Band-Aid off is the option one. But in all cases, we end up with the same rates to cover your costs at some point. But along the way, you'll have shortfalls if you choose to phase it in. And because you don't have reserves, how will those be paid for? So that's something that needs to be discussed. So Matt, I hope that explains kind of our rationale for the options. And then again, as Matthew said, these are just two alternative options. There's a number of different ways of structuring this, but we need to be mindful that we're trying to cover costs that haven't been covered in the past. So it's not an easy increase.
Great.
So should I turn it over to you, Matthew? Would you like to open up for questions specific to the options, or how would you like to proceed?
Yeah, we have here, take your share screen away. We have a couple questions that have already been sent to us for you, and I kind of want to get those out of the way first.
How do I unshare? There we go. There we go.
There we go. All right. So the first question that came in for you is, pulling it up. First question, for directors in your board packet, it's actually question number 34. It appears that the quality, or the quantity of the treated water purchased is about a half of the raw rate of water purchased. You have this question in front of you, right, Jim? It's one of the questions I sent you. You told me that you could answer. Oh yeah, you told me the three middle ones, correct? That you would be able to answer. Yeah, so it's number 34 in the board packet under the questions. It appears that the quantity of the treated water purchased is about a half of the raw water purchased. If homeowners mostly use treated water, who is using all the raw water? And also $500,000 cost of water treatment sure seems excessive for 595 dwelling units.
Okay, I'll address what I can of that question. So two things. I'll first discuss the raw water purchased. So we start with, whenever we do a rate study, we start with the jurisdiction's budget. They know their costs. We have adopted budgets that we work from. And historically, the district has budgeted and had two separate line items for the purchase of water. Water that's purchased for the homes, which will be treated, and they call that a treated water purchase, and also raw water that's going to go to the golf course. But it's the same water that's historical, that there used to be water used for the golf course. And when we started this early last year, that was still what the thinking was. So the budget broke it out that way, but it is just about $1.3 million charge for purchasing water for the district, regardless of where it's used. So there, and maybe David can explain a bit more as far as the agreement for purchasing water, but you purchase about 1.3 million each year, and then the water banking revenues can offset some of that if it's not all used and you can sell it. And with the comment about $500,000 cost of water for 595 dwellers, well, it's actually about 1.3 million. And as I said, there's an agreement to get the water, and then if not all of it's used, there's ways of selling it back. And that's the water banking revenue program that I've spoke of. Until you can get that money in hand, you can't provide the credits to the residents.
All right, so then for the board packet folks, question number 33. Our water hike increase will be about $300 a month. And this was again based on the first option, I believe. Looking at the details provided by the rate study, I see that most of the costs of operation and maintenance are almost as much as total purchase of water. It would be good to understand the breakdown of the salaries per positions and why we are budgeting 11% of the benefit and salary increases every year. Was this one that you wanted to answer?
Well, I could speak to a little, but I would really open up to the board to get any specifics, but I do know what's gone into the budget on a high level. So I'll just briefly speak on it.
Okay.
So what I see in the budget is about 8 full-time individuals that's included in those numbers, and then some part-time help out with the books. in the 11% increase, there's an escalator and an inflator of 3% on salaries and salaries only, and 8% on benefits. And what we're seeing in many other jurisdictions, so you're not alone, the benefits have been increasing, sometimes above double digit, but we've worked with the district to look back to see what those averages have been over time, and the 3% in salary is a reasonable estimate moving forward based on historical actuals, as well as the 8%. Again, these are guesses on the increase in these costs, but when you do a rate study, these are the inflationary type factors that are typically included. And I won't speak to specific salaries. I don't know that information.
Sure. And then Linda, would you like to speak to some of this? Because we have other questions and we could just kind of wrap this into the other questions that were posed. There have been questions of maybe some of our folks need to take a salary decrease. There's been a lot of different chatter on that. And we know that some of our people are making just above minimum wage. So would you like to maybe make mention of something to this?
Yes, I don't have the numbers in front of me because I wasn't prepared for that question, so I apologize. But I will tell you that of the 8 employees, you kind of have to understand what goes into water distribution. Many of them have to have training. Many of them have to hold specific certifications in order to treat your water. In fact, to be honest with you, just years ago, I worked at the Modesto Water District, and just to work in the office, I had to have a D1 certification just to work in the office. We are not making our staff here do that, that work in the office, but we are making our staff who actually touch your water have those certifications. Those are required by the state of California. We really don't have a choice in the matter. We do have to have them. The other day when we were out touring, the guys do indeed have to have those certifications and do have them. We have a wonderful young lady who works in the lab. And if any of you out there who work in a lab know, you have to have certain education, certain certifications, and certain degrees to actually test and touch our water. All of those are expensive. You're not going to get somebody for minimum wage to do it. I will tell you in my experience that our employees make a lot less than employees at, say, City of Modesto, City of Tracy, other water districts. And I'll be honest with you, if you start trying to cut their salary, we're going to lose them. They will go somewhere else.
And if we don't have staff with those credentials and licensing, then we can't run our treatment plant. So that's something to also understand too.
Correct.
And again, all of our employees are way under what their counterparts are making in other districts, for sure.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Very much so, by a lot. Okay, back to Rick. I think you said you could answer number 31 in the board packet. How did the consultants arrive at their low, medium, high usage CCF numbers?
Yeah, just to remind those that were here last week and saw the presentation, we presented a slide with some estimated bill impacts. Because there's a component that's volumetric based, your bills change on a month-by-month basis depending on how much you use. So when we present rate changes, the question always becomes, well, what's going to be my bill impact? But since they do change each month, during the winter time, typically low water use months, the bills will be lower. During the summer, when there's peaking heat, you're watering, irrigation, and they tend to be higher water use. So we present the average bill, and that was calculated by looking at your actual water usage on a per household basis. And in 2019, the average is what we use per household, which I believe was, let me look here, it's about 12.9, about 1,300 cubic feet in a month. And that's average over the entire year. So that's your average bill. We also chose to do 50% of average to represent a low water use, which is about 6,500 cubic feet in a month. And that's typically during your winter. And then periodically, or high water users can be 2 times that average. So we base those just to give you an idea of a potential impact. If you find yourself a high water user during the summer, your bill's going to be a bit higher because there's a volumetric component. So that's there just to provide you some guidance on the estimated impact you may see that varies from month to month during the year. So we base it on 2019 averages.
Hey, Rick, this is Chris Blessing. Just to put a little more context around that for some of the people who were asking that question, can you explain, did you remove outliers who were super low or super high in those buckets that you presented?
No, those buckets are purely just the average for all. Yes.
Got it.
And what you need to do, if you're curious on maybe the impact on your bill, seeing the rates, you just pull out a bill from, say, winter and summer, and you see how much your actual water use is, and it'll give you some idea of the impact.
Yes, and I also wanted to make a plug for our website. On the Western Hills website, we have a calculator, and you can plug all these new numbers in to your heart's content to see where you might end up.
That's excellent.
Thanks, Rick.
Yes.
Okay, so because our consultant has come here this time of night, 6:30, to do this presentation, I want to, before we get into all the questions that people have, I'd like to get people who have direct questions for Rick regarding the rate summaries or the summaries he just spoke tonight or the original one that he gave last week. If you have specific questions to Rick on this issue, I would like to give him the opportunity to go first so we can get him out of here out of respect because it is night. So could we have anyone who has a question for Rick raise their hand? And if not, then we'll go to the questions that we have from folks and then get other people's comments.
Just
So,
to interject, Matt, there's 2 people that already had their hands raised.
Oh, I don't have that. I don't see that.
Click on participants and it'll pull up the panel on the side and you'll see in order who's raised their hands.
Okay. Oh, okay, cool. Learned something
Now,
new.
we
And
just
I
had-
do want to make sure that we notice that there's a gentleman using sign language who is raising his hand as well.
Okay.
I think that is,
Matt,
Yes.
Mesquite type, yeah.
okay.
Okay, so I'm seeing, am I seeing 3 people? Is that what I'm seeing?
4.
Yes, I just
Or
don't
4.
know if
4, that's right. Okay,
I don't know.
so we're gonna have Krista let each individual in one at a time. Please make this be about Rick, and then we can get to any and other questions as soon as we're done and we can let him go. We have a lot of time to get to everybody's question or comment, but for now we wanna get with things for Rick out of respect for him.
Really quickly too, if you're not asking Rick a direct question, you can lower your hand now and re-raise it once we get past this segment of the meeting, and then you'll be back in line. So just know that, unless otherwise you're
Yes.
gonna get called on.
Appreciate it. All
No
right,
problem.
so we have Carmen. Can we unmute Carmen, please? There we go. Carmen, you're ready to go.
Yeah, but you know what? I think that we have someone who was first before myself. I need to.
Carmen, those 2 people already had their hands raised before we dropped to
Okay.
this segment of the meeting. This is just for Rick. As long as it's just for Rick, you're good. If it's not just for Rick, lower your hand and then re-raise it after we're done and you come back.
Yes, it is. So Rick, I just have basically 4 questions. The first one, does the water rate increase include the vineyards and the golf course as a customers?
So let me make sure I understood the question. The question was, is the golf course a customer in this rate study?
Yeah, and the vineyards. That is the raw water, right?
Yeah, There is an assumption that there will be no water purchased by the golf course in this rate study. That's one of the reasons they were contributing about 700 to 800,000 in revenue. So that's one reason why there's a significant increase, because they'll be drawing zero water.
Okay, perfect. So the next question would be, what would happen, I'm probably you need to work on that. What would happen if the golf course open, and how much you will decrease the residential rate in the case that the golf course vineyards use water? Well, vineyards is almost nothing. Let's say the golf course. That would be my question. And
Yeah,
I don't know if you can answer that. You make it you need to make some numbers, I think.
right. That's a fair question. It would take additional analysis because it's very sensitive, obviously, to additional ratepayers. So at this time, it's hard to answer that question, but it would definitely have a significant impact on the rates that we're suggesting here. Because as I said, if they draw as much as they did before, it was about 700,000 to 800,000. So almost as much as the residents were paying.
Perfect, Rick. The next question is, what about the cost or the fixed cost for the capacity that is not used due to lack of development? It's already included for the residents, correct? In this residential rate?
Correct. The current connections and just the current connections are in this analysis funding the entire cost of service, because those are the only ratepayers that are connected.
Perfect. So then my last question would be, how much you might reduce the residential rate if developer takes the cost of the capacity not used due to lack of development?
That, I don't know. I think we estimated that you could have another, what, about 155 connections, potentially up to 750. I know that number isn't exact at this point, but if the developer contributed for those unconnected, those parcels that are not connected, I don't have the figure because we have not run that analysis. But again, it would bring down the cost that we're recommending here. Again, this analysis was, this is where we are. These are the costs, and these are the individuals we have to pay for that. If there's growth, that can also help. And that's why you look at these rates, and what we would put forth are maximum rates. So if there is growth, the rates can be lower, just not higher.
Perfect. And the last question. So the shortfall that you showed in the presentation, basically is the amount that any developer would have to pay per the agreement, right?
I don't know how you would do that. I can't speak to that. Yeah, I can't speak to what the developer would need to come up with because I think the rates that you have currently, even if you had everybody connected and paying, would still need to go up by something, because they've been going up by CPI for quite a while and not keeping up with the true cost of service. So I can't speak to the developer involvement.
Okay, so thank you, Rick. That's it.
Excellent. Great questions. I appreciate it.
No problem.
Thank you, Carmen.
Thanks, Carmen. All right, Jared, I believe.
Yes. So I have two questions for Rick. So number one, even judging based off of the options that you've shown, no matter what, in less than 2 years, we're still roughly looking at a $500 a month bill, approximately. Is that correct?
That is correct. As far as $330, $40 fixed plus whatever your usage
Plus
is.
usage,
So, yeah.
plus sewer, we're looking at roughly $500 a month.
Correct. And don't forget, with all these options, at some point, you have the water banking revenue. There's another revenue source that needs to come
Correct,
back.
but we don't know what that is, so we can't bank
Correct.
on that either.
Right, and
Correct.
Jared, if I could just also say, if we do it in these incremental increases, that also provides time for us as the board to do the things that we're needing to do that could actually change this whole situation around. It sort of buys us time. because if we do nothing, we get to this thing that we've said before, we're going to run out of money because we don't have enough revenue coming in. So doing it in an incremental stage also, and again, we're going to possibly have even a few more ideas coming out in the weeks ahead, but just regarding this particular one, because we're dealing with it tonight, if we stagger this over a course of a couple years, during those 2 years, it buys us some time to then do some of the other things that the board is working on and wanting to continue to do, which could change our entire trajectory. So it does, it's not like this is cut in stone. And we kind of said that last week too. This isn't, last week it was going to go up all the way, is what kind of people thought. We never thought that, but that's kind of what I know and I understand that sounded like. But now if we could do these in increments, it's giving us some time to then do other options that we have. And so always remember that too. We're not going to, as a board, go, okay, we got a rate increase, so woohoo, we don't have to do anything anymore. No, there's a lot of work to be done. And everybody is working overtime to get those options
And
done.
I'm not making any assumptions that anybody's not, Matt. I'm just
Yeah, no.
asking
But
the
I'm just
questions
letting
that
you
are
know
here.
that's something to think about.
Right. My other question is that this rate study doesn't even show what we would be paying for the common areas as part of our HOA. So what does this do to our HOA fee as well?
These are the same rate. So whatever water usage is there, they just have a usage charge. So the usage is built in there.
They would be paying the same usage charge for the
Right.
water that the HOA pays. But they don't have that standard charge, the 200 or 225, depending on in these scenarios. They just
Right.
have the per acre foot charge.
But no matter what, we could expect our HOA to go up as well, which has gone up the last 2 years already.
Correct.
And
Those
that
rates
is-
increase as well.
And that's the predicament we're in when we don't have our developer paying their subsidy, correct?
Okay, those are my questions.
Great.
Thanks, Jared.
Thanks, Jared.
There's a gentleman, Matt
And Matt.
Mesquite. He's raising his physical hand.
Hi, Matt. We just need to unmute you. There you go. Ready to go.
Yeah, just very curious. Was there ever an internal review of Western Hills Water District raises, pay rate, and scales for that matter, also assets? Being that you guys are boards that represent us as a community, it seems like you guys are forcing this rate on us, and you guys are our neighbors, which is kind of crazy to me. We all need to be in lockstep with this and look at this and say, wait a minute, how are we going to literally take on bad business, bad business from God knows how long. They've tried to rate hike us in 2016, and they've never changed their model. They've always based it on, 2,000, 3,000 residents. We're not there yet. That's not our fault, not our problem. My thing is, very simply, they should file bankruptcy. And at that point, they should renegotiate contracts based on what the residents are here. With the golf course. Yeah, I get it. But we are residents. We're not the golf course. We're not Angels Crossing. We're not World International. We are residents. We should not have to foot this bill. And me personally, I won't. You're going to drive people out of here.
Right.
You're literally taking people's dreams away from them with pushing this narrative of, oh, just take it or leave it. That sucks. And I don't know if I speak for other people here, but I honestly believe that, there are other options on the table. Bankruptcy is one option, which at that point, they shed a lot of these burdens they have. Second thing is renegotiating their contracts with water. Their contracts are based on what, 5,000 residents? It's not there. It never was there. And to think somebody else is going to pick up the slack for them, that's stupid. That's bad business. For us to sit here and just shoulder the burden and say, oh yeah, hey, that's great. It's not attainable. It really isn't, especially for those of us that are here on Ventnor Court and, the smaller residents. It's not attainable. Other
Right.
options should be on the table,
There
and
are.
well, my thing is this. Unfortunately, be it Facebook, be it other social media, we see these numbers and they're pushed out there. We see them on paper. And July 1st is an ugly number that shows me that this is, air quoting, proposal. July 1st that goes where we're going to have to either take it or leave it.
So let me bring clarity on this, and then Rick, you can jump in too. As we started this conversation tonight, we were trying to explain to folks that the water rate study is something that we do, and we've told the community we're going to be transparent with. Transparency is a two-edged sword. If we don't tell you what the water rate study is, and then we are trying to figure out ways of implementing it, that would not be fair either. So we have been transparent. We have put out the rates. Those rates are not done by the Western Hills Water District. They are done by a consulting firm who takes all of the facts about where the Western Hills Water District is at the moment they're hired, and they plug in those numbers into formulas to figure out our bills, what it costs to bring the water up 1,000 feet into the tanks, to the sewer or to the water treatment plant, have it treated, and then brought to our homes. That takes people, that takes everything. They take all of that into consideration and they give us a number. Then we as a board have to, like you just said, look at options. We're just starting that process right now. The reason we keep hearing the July 1st number, let me clarify that. That July 1st number is not a real number. That is only.
It was on Matthew. It was on paper. We had
let me explain what the July 1st number is first. July 1st is based on us voting on March 31st and then starting the Prop 218 challenge. And if it's not challenged, that would put us at July the 1st. Everything has a date because we're doing a study and we're projecting. But if we don't vote on this until, let's say, April 30th, then that's going to push it out again another period of time for a 218 challenge. And then the date might become August 1st or September 1st. So the numbers are all movable. They're not done in any kind of time. But when you're doing numbers, you have to have projected dates.
I have a business degree too. I totally get that. But
Okay.
my thing is this: clarity was not put out there, and unfortunately, social media has been the bane of all of this. Because
Sure.
what has happened is, with the last meeting, we saw a projected 4-year. It wasn't even solvency; it was just to basically keep us afloat.
Mm-hmm.
The numbers were ugly, and for myself, I'm not even going to speak for anybody else. Myself, I can't afford that. So you're forcing
My mother can't afford it either. She's 82 and lives in the Ventnor Court area.
and
I get it.
That's unfortunate. My thing is this: for her, for myself, my thing is rate hike. That's stupid. We're putting inferior product out there since being I have a business degree. How are you going to sit there and put an inferior product onto a consumer and say, oh, we're literally representing somebody who has made missteps in this whole process, yet we're going to continue to say, oh yeah, we're going to put it on the consumer. That's absurd to me. The water has very rarely passed drinkability. Like I said, I can go downstairs. We get these things literally every year. They never pass drinkability.
So
I think last year was the first time they did, and literally, I think we should have hoisted them on our shoulders and put them out there. But
Matt, I appreciate. Wait, before you go any further, you just said a perfect setup for. And Rick, if you would stay with us just a moment, but I want to bring in Ron Demmers. Ron is here.
Yes.
And he is our plant manager up there, treatment plant manager. And this is great, Matt. If you don't mind, you just brought up a really great point, and I want to segue to that. And I want you to stay unmiked as well, because I'm going to continue to let you go. But this is I've been wondering how we were going to fit Ron in tonight. And this is a perfect segue because you just brought up a really great point about our water quality. And I want to thank you for bringing that up, because this is a great moment for Ron to come in, our treatment plant manager, and he's going to give you guys some information about that, because we know that's been something that's concerning. And maybe this will help you too. And then we're going to come right back to you. Is that okay?
Me or Ron?
No, you, Matt. Is that okay that he can answer your, because this is something you
Actually,
just brought up?
really quickly, is Ron a member of the community?
Well, he's our treatment plant manager.
I know, but does he live here? Is he a part of the community?
Ron, do you live here?
No, sir, I
Okay.
do not.
Okay, he does not.
You don't care about it.
Okay, so the bottom line with that whole thing is, Ron, that's great, but you truck up and down here, but you're not a member of the community. So
That doesn't.
shoot it.
It'd be interesting to hear about the water quality. Nonetheless.
Okay, but let's talk about the water
Huh.
quality that you brought up, because this
Oh,
is really
I get it.
important.
I get it, Ron. Shoot.
Okay, cool. But stay there because we want to go back to you. All right, Ron, take it away for your little thing that you want to tell the community.
Okay, so for several years going back, I know that Western Hills up there did have a problem with total trihalomethanes and the haloacidic acids. Since I have came back, you guys actually paid to put an aeration system in the Zone 3 tank, which is the highest tank that everyone can see there. That is our storage tank for the community. And ever since they put that in, our I'm just going to say TTHMs, this is shorter, have came down. And we, for the last 2 years since I came back on staff, those trihalomethanes have been way under our running annual average that the state allows us to have. We sample that every week. Yes, go ahead.
In the interim, Ron, where were you before? You said you stated you came back on staff. Where were you prior to this?
I was actually, I worked here, I believe it was in 2015 or something, and then I left and I went to work for Fresno County. I worked for Fresno County for 4 years, and then I came back in February of 2000. I've been here just over 2 years.
Yeah, don't take the question personal. Don't take the question personal. I just was curious. That's all.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, and the thing is, you hit it on the head. Water quality, what we saw was there was a lot of methane in the water. Waste, fecal waste.
Right.
To kind of put it out there. That's what I saw with the studies. And that's all fine and well that they've kind of gotten better at that. But I've been here since 2014, and
right.
Basically the rate studies, I think we've seen one rate study where you've gotten a B from that grade to A to F, and that was just currently, which Ron, you're here now. You pat yourself on the back. But the thing is, the quality of water and the quality of product, let's business this. The quality of product has always been inferior. We've been here since 2014. We've talked to neighbors that have been here since 2008, since 2006. Quality's never been there. The problem with Western Hills Water Districts, not only quality has not ever been there, they've never changed their model. Their model has always been based on this expansive community, and it never has come to fruition. So we can't wait 10 years, 15 years down the road thinking that this community is going to come to this 5,000 community fruition. They should have changed that model, from a business sense. From a business sense, you look at your model and you always have an 18-month, purvey where you go out and you say, okay, I have to change my model. The unfortunate thing here is we have had this since 2016 where there's always been a rate hike. There's always been, we need to do this, we need to do that. And the problem is Western Hills has never been solvent, never. So why now should we shoulder this burden to make them not solvent? Because looking at your rate study, looking at what you projected over 3 years, this is not making them solvent. This is a Band-Aid. This literally is to plug the dike from exploding.
Well,
Where we come 3 years down the road where they're not solvent. What are you
Okay.
going to do then? They've
All right,
kicked
so-
the can
so
down the
Matt,
road. Well, hold on. Let me
we-
finish. Let me finish, Matthew.
I'm just giving you have about 2 minutes because we got to move forward. So wrap it up in 2 minutes, please.
Well, I'm going to wrap it up in about 30 seconds.
Okay, cool.
We should not carry this for anybody, literally. We should bring the county in. We should bring the state in. Western Hills has not done anything for this community. They've done us a disservice. Unfortunately for the board to sit there and push this rate hike on us, that's a disservice as well. You're neighbors. I'm sorry. You guys should never have pushed this. You should have pushed back on this. Point blank. That's it. Done.
Thank you very much, Matt. I appreciate your comments. Ron, do you want to go over that really quick slide that you asked Chris to put together to show the community? Do you want to, like, if he puts it up and takes their screen just to show them?
If there's questions on it, yeah, we can go over
Well,
it.
we do have some, but instead of, we don't have to go to those now because you might be able to answer all the questions, or at least we could move forward on that for the rest of the night. Are you ready if he puts the slide up?
Yeah.
Okay. Chris,
I
do you have?
suppose.
You're
Well,
doing great.
Matt, I was gonna make a suggestion.
Yes, sir.
Ron can come back on and I can share that screen.
Yeah,
when we get to the
also just so you know, Ron is also on a time frame. He's
Oh,
joining
yeah, I
us
forgot.
tonight
Never
also. So they're both on a really quick time frame. But any other questions? Yeah, hang on, Ron. Any other questions for Rick? Anybody else for Rick? Then we'll get Ron with the water quality. And then we can put those two guys on their way. All right. Any other questions for Rick? Rick, I really appreciate you coming. You're going to be hearing from us all very, very soon. But thank you very much.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you, Rick.
Have a nice evening.
Thank you,
You too.
sir. Thank you very much. Bye-bye. All right, Ron, Chris, if you throw that up there. So community, he's gonna, Ron, our treatment manager, is going to talk to you about this.
Okay, so what you're looking at here is the state of California every year requires us at the treatment plant to do what they call a Title 22 on the raw water that's coming out of the aqueduct and the potable water that we are treating, sending out to the neighbors, to the community. In July, you will be getting all this, and all this information here is what I use to compile the consumer confidence report that will be coming out to you in the early part of July. If you have any questions on this, I know there are some concerns about TDS, the total dissolved solids in the community. There's also, if you go to there's an EPA website that gives all the secondary standards, what the minimum that the EPA will let us use. The minimum that we can go is 500 milligrams per liter. And I know there's some people out in the community that have gotten 300 and
You're thinking maximum, Ron.
yeah, maximum, right.
All right.
So I'm nervous. I don't like doing this.
All right.
You're doing good.
Yeah, you're great.
But
Great.
anyway, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
Okay. So anyway, they allow, up to 500 milligrams per liter. And I know there's some out there, like in this report, if you look, the total dissolved solids is at 290. Well, you got to remember that this report was done last year in May of last year. And that's what I will be doing the 2020 consumer confidence report off of. So I have since instructed our lab that we use, which is BSK here in Fresno, that we will start doing a weekly TDS coming out of the Zone 3 tank. So that's really all I can say. If you have any questions.
So Ron, also explain to folks who are testing the water for themselves and their tests come back maybe, let's say, different than yours, or they might be seeing a little bit of brown in water. I know you and I talked about this just a day ago or 2 days ago. Time runs by very quickly. But when we were up at the office just the other day, maybe you want to share with the community a little bit about your thoughts on that.
Okay, well, in the community, you'll see our flush truck. It goes around every Tuesday. Our sample day is on a Wednesday. So we go around on Tuesdays because there are a bunch of dead ends throughout and what you call a dead end is if it's not, it's not a loop system. So it just stops right there. That's where we go and flush. So at times, if he opens it a little bit too much, it may break some of the silt inside the pipes loose, and that could cause a brown tint to your water.
But only on like the Wednesday.
Only
after,
on
right?
Tuesday, Wednesday, and possibly Thursdays, not usually.
Matt, we know your hand is up, but we've given you quite a bit of time, so we'll come back to you, sir. You don't have to stand there with your hand up. We've got you down.
And then
we know that you're raising your hand, sir.
And then also, you know, you get these water companies that come out, and they've done it at my son's house. They test your water and say, "Oh, your water's terrible. You shouldn't drink it." And the reason they do that is they're trying to sell you a system. And granted, soft water is nice and everything else, but in all reality, your water, there's nothing wrong with your water. The state of California, I send a report into the state of California every month, and they go through that report with a fine-tooth comb. And if there's anything wrong, they call me on the carpet. So, you know,
what you're saying is in the past, we have had issues, but we are currently fine and we have no complaints with the state currently, correct?
Right. There are absolutely no issues with the water at all.
Great. Okay. Well, I appreciate you coming on. We've given Matt a lot of time to talk. Is there anybody that has a question for Ron? Anybody with a question for Ron?
Andrea has her hand up.
Andrea, go ahead, Andrea.
Hang on.
Oh, there we
There
go.
you go.
You hear me?
Yep.
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, based on that, what he just said, I'm not sure with the gentleman's name. So you're telling me that on Wednesdays and Thursdays, I should be concerned about my water, because I'm telling you that I did a test, as everybody knows. And it came about because my husband says the water smells like sewer. That did just come out of nowhere. It stinks. It smells. I don't drink the water. And you're telling me on Wednesdays and Thursdays I shouldn't drink it, but all the other days I should be okay.
I don't think he said don't.
No,
drink it.
that is not what I'm saying at all.
Well, water is being flushed out on Wednesdays.
What I am telling you is that on Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and possibly Thursdays, we flush around the area. So it may break a little bit of silt off in the pipes. There is nothing wrong with that water. It just may turn it a brown tinge.
Well, I don't want to drink brown water. I mean, you're saying it's brown tint. I mean, I don't know anybody in this community that wants to drink brown water, period. Or bathe in brown water or touch brown water, period. That's gross.
I understand that, and I would not either. But
So,
if you flush your line a little bit, it would be gone. And as far as the sewer smell on the water, that could be several different things. It could be your hot water heater. It could be, I don't know how often you flush the hot water heater. There's several things that could make it do that. The state of California says that there is nothing wrong with our water.
oh, I think differently. I mean, I appreciate you coming on and giving that analogy, but I know I'm not going to drink any water, brown water, touch any type of water. I mean, it's been flushed. I mean, I'm here usually throughout the day. I have kids that are here throughout the day. I shouldn't have to tell them to run the water for 30 seconds, 40 seconds, whatever it is, just to flush the water out for that long, which I'm paying for. You're telling me to leave the water on for a length of time to flush it out, but I still have to pay for this water that I'm throwing down the drain that is no good. But I do appreciate you coming on and saying that. But again, I will not be drinking the water. I haven't been drinking the water, but I appreciate you letting us know that we should be concerned about those days. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Thanks, Andrea. Okay, anything else for Ron?
Matt, if you can click raise hand on Zoom itself, right there in the interface at the
Oh, we
bottom
see
of
him.
the screen.
Here's the thing with Matt, we gave you a lot of time. I'll give you 30 seconds for a question. We got to move on or we're going to be here all night.
Pretty simple, which is funny because you guys kind of dictate the narrative, which is great on that. Ron, I know that you don't live in the community. For everybody else that's actually on Zoom, that's cool. I think that you've given us an explanation in our community, which is basically we have 3 days that the water's good. You know, I get it.
That's not what he
That's
said.
not, yeah.
I know.
Okay,
I know.
This
I
is
know. I know.
this is the problem with social media. We say things and then you go on social media and it's like you read between the lines.
Actually,
That's
Matthew,
not what he said.
here's the truth, Matthew. We're in real time. We're on Zoom. This is not social media right
That's
now.
not
We're
what he
talking face to
said.
face.
But that's
You know,
not what
and-
he said.
and-
And
and
you're
here-
lying right now by saying that that's what he said. That's not what he said.
Well, actually,
There is nothing wrong with the water. The state of California says there's nothing wrong with the water. And he said when they flush those lines, there might be a little bit of sediment that breaks loose. They could give some brown water in certain houses in the area where it's flushed. And all they have to do is run their water for a few minutes or seconds and it goes away. That's what he said. I heard it with my own ears.
Okay, I totally appreciate that. So for certain seconds or minutes, you know, time frame.
It's not bad water though. It's
The
just
water's
brown.
still, but this water's still safe and potable and drinkable.
My thing is, Ron, do you live in a community?
I'll tell you, Matt, that I live in the community and I can be honest with you. I have never had brown water. Never.
Neither have I.
Me neither.
Except
I
my
live here
hot
too.
water tank when it went out. Then I did.
And except when
Really
I've
bad.
had to replace the plumbing in my bathroom for the black sediment that's actually accumulated, but who cares about that? My thing is this, you know, Matthew, you live here in the community. All the board lives in the community, but you
Yes,
guys
that is
seem
correct.
very combative. This is my first time interacting with any of you guys. And you know, this is the first time that you guys actually had we put you guys on the committee. You know, you represent us, correct? Matthew
is-
and everybody in the community.
We represent the Western Hills Water District. That is correct.
You represent the Western Hills Water District or you represent Diablo Grande? Who do you represent?
We're the board members of the Western Hills Water District.
Okay,
Matt,
but
I-
I don't understand your
But you're-
question.
oh,
No,
there's, my
let's-
thing is this, you're our neighbors. This is the thing. We are all
Yes.
neighbors in this community. So you
Yes.
represent Diablo Grande. You don't represent the Western Hills Water District. And that's my issue
We
here.
represent our customers. Yes.
No.
That is correct.
You don't get paid for anything from them. So there's no customer interaction. You guys are part of us. You interact with us. There's no
Mhm.
money that comes.
That's correct.
your
That's correct.
hand.
I agree with that
Yes.
statement. Yes.
So this is a statement. This is not a question. You guys need to represent us as a community. You need
Right.
to stop
I think
having
we're trying
the,
to by trying to save our community and save the water coming to our homes. I'm pretty sure that's why I joined the board.
but my thing is this, state of California will not allow water to not flow to a community. They will not cut this off. You know, at this point, I think the Water Hills District, they need to file bankruptcy. They need to
Okay.
redo.
So we're going to be discussing that later on. We will discuss bankruptcy in a few
There's a
minutes.
question about it.
That's another question. So we will be discussing that. But Matt,
I'll-
I'm going to have to move on because we have a
Trust
lot
me,
of people
Matthew,
that are wanting to talk.
I'm going to stick around for that too. My thing
That's
is
fine.
this.
That's great.
is you guys need to look at the narrative that you're pushing right now, and you need to look at the people that are here in the community. You need to understand that you have a 3-tier community. Okay.
Matt, Matt, we're going to cut you off. I don't mean any disrespect, but we have to move on. This is not a place to just, you get to keep going. We have a lot of people in this community that need to talk. When we talk about the bankruptcy or whatever, you can ask another question, but we have to give plenty of time for everybody. This isn't a time to just keep talking for 15, 20, 30 minutes. We have to move on. I don't mean to be disrespectful, but we can't have you just keep on. Okay, Jen is next.
Hi. So
Hi,
you
Jen.
guys, hi. You all keep saying that we have to raise the hikes, raise the rates to save the community. We have to do this, raise, save the community. A $300 water bill is ridiculous.
Right.
So your saving the community is going to kill our community. Is that the end goal, to just kill the community and then sell it off cheap to the highest bidder?
Somebody from the board want to discuss that, or David Hobbs?
I mean, I think that's an interesting question for Angels Crossing, to be honest with you. I don't think that question should be necessarily directed at the board.
Okay.
I mean, numbers are numbers. We're doing our best to try to make them work. If the numbers don't work, the water doesn't come to the homes, period.
Can I step in here for a minute?
Yes,
Yeah.
Julie.
Real
Julie.
quick. Okay, so I've been here 15 years. We've been here 15 years. So, you know, we've been through the first bankruptcy of the developer. World International came in, purchased the place. We've gone through the water rate hikes, the Prop 218. We've been through everything. There are, and Matt Mesquite was talking about why the program hasn't been changed. Well, this is the very first time that we've ever had any legitimate say on the water district, because when World International came here, they ran this water district for the last 12 years. So they did subsidize the district, and basically because they were the developer, they bought the 30,000 plus acres, which included about 5,000 acres within this district for the water and the approvals. So the overall project would have been what, 5,000 homes? But in this district, about 2,300 homes. Those purchases for 8,000 acre feet of water, all of the sewer, everything that we have, those were requirements to even get the project approved. So when World got here, all of that was done. They signed the agreements to subsidize the district until such time basically as the district were made whole. In other words, either the residents were here, whether that be 10 homes, 50 homes, 500 homes, until that could carry the district, then they wouldn't have to pay the money. But the whole point of it is nobody wants to pay 300, 400, 500. I mean, that's just ridiculous. This whole thing is ridiculous. I agree. I'm a board member. I don't support anything like that. But what happened is since World ran this, they did not build not one single lot. They did not put infrastructure in for not one single lot. And they stayed here 12 years. They did pay that subsidy to run the water district. Now, if they didn't change anything, obviously it was because they either thought they would eventually build or somebody might come here to build, because the whole thing is to have enough customers to make sure that this water district runs on its own. There are a few things, if you go back, we could probably ask World. They ran the golf course. This was wonderful. They put the subsidy in. It was wonderful. They didn't build. We don't know why. And then now they sold for what we know, because we can't see the contract, about $100,000. Now, there's lots that they purchased about 4 or 5 years ago from the Stanislaus County tax sale. They forked over money to buy that. They also did not, I mean, literally the 68 lots that they own that are finished here, they just kept paying HOA dues. They kept paying Mello-Roos fees on, and those were about $300,000 a year. Literally, I mean, if I had worked for them or something, I would have said, why don't you just give those away so that you don't have to pay the debt, and then you can subsidize the district, retain all your rights to water and sewer, and maybe someday you can build. But you see, they did not do that. And then they stopped paying on the project. They sold this to these guys while they ran the water district. And this whole thing got signed over to people that had no evidence that they ever had any money to be able to subsidize the district like World was doing. World said, apparently, I'm guessing they must have portrayed they were broke. They do have land outside of the district that they're still holding on to. And I'm questioning, they still have half the golf course here. Whether that's a mistake, I don't know, but they do still own it. So, and I appreciate Carmen coming in and asking questions, and I hope she's got an interest in this community and she cares about it. I think she does. But the bottom line is we did not create this mess that we're in. And so what we're trying to do is we're trying to maneuver how we can make sure that on one hand, we're able to have enough water and sewer so that a developer can come in and create the customer base that we need to make sure our water rates are $100 a month. But on the other hand, if these guys are going to sit and hang on to this property like they're doing right now, you see, we have to pay the money to foreclose on these guys because they're not paying 1 penny into the water district that they agreed to. They're not paying 1 penny to the Stanislaus County taxes, not 1 penny to the Melrose Fund, not 1 penny to anything that they agreed to. And we're having to pick, now this is being put on the entire community. We are pissed.
That's right.
If they come
That
in,
is correct.
wondering
That would be a
exactly why
correct
we're
statement.
having to do this, what I'm saying is they're not helping at all because they're not paying a dime, they're not offering anything, and they're not trying to move this property. Now we have to pay money to try to move this property to another developer, or we're gonna have to get rid of all of the commodities, which include the rights for anybody to build, just so we can make the money. That's our choice. And with that is going to go the rights to any water or sewer for any of them. And if that's what they want, that's what they're going to get. And that's what I'm saying. We did not create this mess. We are working our butts off to try to get us out of it because we care about this community. And it's apparent to me that the developers don't seem to, at least at this time.
Hey, Julie, be really
Yes.
be very careful though, because there's going to be people in the community that say you're too frustrated.
Well, yes, I agree.
I
am
get that a
very
lot.
frustrated.
I get that a
But we
lot.
are
I'm a
working-
very frustrated person.
The problem is we're
Trust me,
human beings
I just
too.
want
and we do
everybody
live in
to know
this
there's a
community.
lot of things going on that obviously we can't say outside, and it just, boy, I just really want to say. And
Yeah, I
I
know.
do have optimism. I really do. And
Yes.
from a real estate perspective and a developing perspective and the timing and the market and the commodities that I do think that we possess, the developer doesn't possess those commodities, we do.
Absolutely.
And so if they don't want to pay for them, then they're just going to have to deal with what happens. And obviously, I don't blame the community. I don't want to pay that kind of bill. I don't
Nobody
think
on the board
anybody
does.
should have to. And we're going to work our butts off to try to make sure that it doesn't have to happen. If we have to try to pass something for some period of time, I personally don't think it should be permanent because I think we can get out of this mess unless these guys keep their claws in this place so that we can't move forward without paying the money they promised us.
And once again, on that note, that is why we started saying to everybody, we had Rick give you 2 more options, but there probably is going to be a third, maybe even a 4th option. We are looking at every single option possible. But there is still an issue where we have a revenue problem here at the district. And it is what it is because subsidy is not being paid. And it's an unfortunate thing. All right, hand is up. I see, is it Bro and Sis?
White.
I
No,
think
the
Crystal had her.
next person in line is Crystal Browning.
Yes.
Oh, sorry, we'll be right with you, Crystal. Crystal.
Okay, can you hear me? Just a quick
Yes, ma'am.
question. I keep hearing the statement that we will get water cut off. Can you please clarify this for me and help me understand? Is this a true statement that if in the case that we can't come to an agreement, that we would no longer have water in Diablo Grande?
Okay, so that is a interesting and awesome question, and I really appreciate it. That is a false statement placed on our wonderful social media sites. There's a difference between cutting off water, which we will never do. Cutting off water implies we're going to walk up to the treatment plant and we're going to pull a big lever and we're going to shut you off from water because you're not doing the rate hike or you're not paying enough. We're just going to shut that puppy down. That is false. That is not true, and it will not happen. I want to be clear on that, crystal clear. We have said this. We have said this many times in these board meetings. And then immediately what we do say turns into that on social media. Once again, it's this, I don't know how they do it, but they put these glasses on and they look between lines and they find things, and then it's amazing to me. I guess, I don't know. I need a pair of those glasses, I guess, because then I could see it coming. We will not shut off water. Now, what are we talking about? We're talking about operational expenses. We're talking about revenue. We're talking about revenue. If we do not have revenue coming into the district, enough revenue coming into the district, we will not be able to pay bills. It costs money to pull the water up from the canal of the aqueduct and bring it 1,000 feet up to our treatment plant. It costs money to treat that water. It costs salaries for people to do it. It costs workers' comp insurance. It costs liability insurance. It costs electricity. It costs Frontier for all the tanks to communicate with one another and the pumping stations. There is overhead. There is expenses to make this happen. If I could, sometimes word pictures help people better. And this is a really important point that I'm trying to really make with the community, because it's something that every one of us board directors understand, but we're having a really hard time communicating it. And I'm apologizing profusely on the fact that we're not doing a good enough job explaining this. What I have found is sometimes psychology and the word picture thing kind of helps people understand it. So I'm going to try a quick word picture, bear with me, and I hope this might help you guys. I don't know if anybody's ever been into a hospital and been in a hospital bed with an IV hooked up to you. I've been there. And all of a sudden you have to use the restroom. So you get out of the bed and you start to walk to the bathroom and you realize that the IV is on this little thing that moves, but it's plugged into the wall and it has the amount that it's releasing the IV into you. So what you do is you go, oh crap, I don't want to talk to the nurse. So I'm going to unplug this from the wall and I'm going to wheel myself into the restroom, take care of business, come back out, and I'm going to plug that sucker back into the wall and nobody's going to know I did this. So you're on your way to the bathroom and maybe you even get into the bathroom and that thing starts beeping freaking loud. I mean, really loud. And you're like, ah, crap. And so then the nurse runs in and says, what are you doing out of your bed? You're not supposed to be doing it. And then you get the, the yelling treatment from the nurse. And they say, hey, the reason it's beeping is because you've unplugged it and it's on a battery. And so they get you back into bed, they plug it back in, the beeping ends and everything's back to normal. With that word picture, let me break down that scenario as it works with this water district. The battery, that thing that sends out how much your IV drops, that battery, let's call it the Melrose refinance bond money, okay? That tells us how much money we can shoot down, and the patient that is on the gurney or on the bed is the Western Hills Water District. The Western Hills Water District has always been on life support from the day of its inception. Why do I say that? It's because we always have been subsidized. We are a special district and we are a district subsidized by the developer. That is how we were created. We were not created to always be on life support though. It was supposed to be over an 8-year period. And if you look at the facts that we presented to you in other meetings prior to this, you will notice that the 8,000 acre feet started out at a very low number and it progressed over an 8-year period and came to an 8,000 acre foot number. Why? Because they wanted us to get out of that bed and not be dependent upon any type of subsidy. Back to the picture. When that machine in the hospital is plugged into the wall, it's not using the battery, it's charging the battery. The wall, the socket, the electrical current, I'm going to call the developer. The developer, when the Western Hills Water District is plugged into the developer, and this is not the way I set up the water district to work, this is how it was set up by Panos, Sarazin, and Nichols. This is how it was done. We can disagree. We can say, no, I don't believe this, but these are the facts. These are the facts. So the patient Western Hills Water District has always been plugged into a subsidy, into a developer. About a year and a half before World International left us, they unplugged the electrical cord and they stopped paying subsidy. So for about a year and a half, we were living off of that battery pack, which is the Melrose refinance bond money. You hear us every time we have a regular meeting, we say we need to borrow $50,000 from the refinance bond money. That $50,000 is not actually paying the full subsidy. Why? Because we understand that we're not plugged into subsidy anymore. We literally have to manage how much money comes out of that battery to get us money flowing to the life to keep us alive. Okay? So what's happening right now, and that's the reason why we're now a 5-person board of homeowners, thank God, the machine started beeping. And it started beeping very loud. The Melrose refinance bond money is almost gone. It is a fact. I'm not making this up. It's almost gone. We only have a certain period of time, and that certain period of time is it depends on how much money we pull out of the battery. If we crank it up and pull a heck of a lot of money out for some sort of legal fee that we need, that battery's going to go down. It's all in how much we take from that battery. It depends on our life expectancy. But it's beeping now. It's not charged, and it's starting to beep. It's warning the Western Hills Water District, you're in a dangerous position. You need to get plugged back into subsidy, or you need to have revenue somehow come into your district so you can survive. These are the facts, guys. It's not something we're making up. I'm trying to help with a word picture so you kind of understand a little bit more. These are facts. So the board here, we have to make decisions on how and what options do we use. Which option will take less money? Which option will keep that battery going a little bit longer? So what happens if the battery fully dies? What does that mean? It means the Melrose refinance bond money that we're using for survival is gone. The last check was written. That is a feasible and real situation that we're finding ourselves in the next 8 to 10 months. If that battery dies and there is no money, then the only revenue we have coming in is you, the ratepayers. That's what we currently have. We also have water banking money. Understand that, I get that, but we never know what that amount's going to be. So that money, we can kind of gauge, we might have an average, but we have what's coming in from you guys, from us, from me when I pay my bill. Why is the sewer not being paid? It's because we have to use that money to mix with the Melrose finance money so we can pay the absolute minimal amount of money for survival so we can keep water coming to your home. These are facts. These are facts. I didn't make it this way. None of us board members created this mess. It's just a fact. So we have to decide how we do this. Well, the first thing you do is you do a rate study because we had to know where we were at. None of us have the brilliance to figure out where we're at. So we hire consultants to do a rate study. Plus, if you're going to raise rates, you have to have a rate study. So you do a rate study. Now we've been hit right between our head with this gigantic number that none of us agree with. I can't say that enough. If somebody says that the board of directors wants to cram this down our throat, one more time, I'm going to lose what hair left I have. None of us like that number, and none of us want that number to happen. Please understand that. It doesn't change the fact that the battery is beeping, and we are not plugged into a developer that is doing his contractual obligations of paying the subsidy. As you saw in the rate study, we're $2,600,000, I believe, something like that,
Spot on.
in the hole every year. That's a fact. That is not made up numbers. That's not us being crazy. I have Mark, our treasurer, working his ass off every day, and he has another job doing an audit. And we are trying to figure out if there's ways of saving money. That's one option we're doing. We're doing it. It's happening. It doesn't happen overnight, especially when we're a bunch of volunteers. We're doing what we can. Guys, you might not want to hear this, but I have worked 60 freaking hours for this district and have not got paid a dime in just the last week. 60 hours. But yet I get screamed at. I've been called a liar. I've been called horrible things. And all I'm doing is trying my best. Every director, Julie, you don't see her a lot, but let me tell you, she's putting in 60 plus hours. I'm almost positive because her and I talk daily. Everybody is working their ass off to figure out ways for us to save our community. So now let's go back to the question that was posed because it was a good one. Are you going to turn off our water? And I said no. Let's talk about the unplugging of the electrical cord, no more subsidy. Battery beeping. Battery dies one day. I'm not going to put a date on it because I don't know. But we have to use money to get water moved around and all of this stuff. What happens when the battery is gone and that account is gone? We only have what's left from the revenue coming in. And we already know that that's not enough. At some point, we're going to have to make decisions on how do we get the water up 1,000 feet into a treatment plant and into our homes if we have to cut our staff. What if we went to Mr. Dimmers and says, hey, could you work, you're already making half of what you would make if you worked for TID or something. Could you make half of that? And Mr. Dimmers says, no, but I'll go work in Fresno again, or I'll go work for TID again. He's the man who has all the licenses. If he's gone, we can't even turn the plant on. That's a fact. Linda can tell you that. I'm not making this up.
Absolutely.
We can't turn the plant on without the man with the license. And we're already cut his fees. And he's already working half of what he would make elsewhere. We've got guys up there that are working for just above minimum wage. And some of you have asked questions about, they don't know what it is to kind of hurt. Let's cut their way. Do you want a McDonald's worker treating your water? We have people literally not even making $20 an hour up at our plant.
Yep.
It's a fact. And we're talking about lowering their wages? Are you kidding me? So let's say we get to that day and we have to make tough decisions. And now we get to the point where there's not enough money to bring that water up the mountain. We're not shutting your water off. We just can't get it up here to you. That is a real problem. Oh man, you're giving me such negative vibes tonight. I'm not trying to give us negative. I live here. My mother, 82, living on Social Security, live here. When we bought here, we didn't even know what the hell was going on with this district. You wonder why I'm frustrated, folks? Because we're working our ass off to help our community, and the thanks we get is the bullshit on the social media. And God knows why our homeowners who we're trying to help are so negative against us and so positive for the people who are supposed to paying their contractual obligations.
That's right.
I don't get it. I mean, I'm sorry, I don't get it. What, have you been promised something by these people? I hope not, because I don't think it's going to work in your favor. But
Matt,
I just do not understand it.
I feel your passion, Matt.
Yes.
Yeah,
So listen, we got to move on. We got to move on.
Yep.
But I wanted to answer that question. We're not turning off your water. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about a day that comes when we can't get it up the mountain.
Correct.
That's a real issue. And
Operation.
that's what the issue is.
Right.
All right.
All right,
Next
sorry.
question.
Jennifer Miller is next with a question. And I just wanted to ask you real quick, Matt, are we still planning on rolling through the list of questions, or are we going to just take questions at this point?
Yeah. Well,
I
yeah,
know.
I think we combined the 40 questions that we got into, because they all sort of were saying the same thing, maybe a little different, but it was all the same thing. We have about 6 questions out of the 40. Well, minus the ones that the
Consultants.
answered. Yeah. So we have about 6 questions. So we could hit those, or we could just go with hand raises. It doesn't matter. I mean, we're
Well-
going to try to answer everybody's question.
Well, I think they submitted them and they really are expecting answers. I think we should try and answer the ones that were submitted.
Yeah, if everyone with their.
Yeah.
Sorry, Linda, go ahead. Sorry.
And then answer the ones with the hands, because these were actually submitted. They did what we asked them to.
Yes.
That
Okay.
was,
So just so you know, 40 questions came in, everybody. I think 40, 41, 42, something like that. We went through them all. They were a lot redundant, which shows us that you all are kind of thinking on the same page. They're very redundant. If we go through each one, it's just we're going to be repeating ourselves, and I don't think we need to. So I'm
We'll
going
be
to
here
go
till
through this-
midnight if we do that.
Right. Yes. So we're going to go through the 6, which combine the different things. And then if we don't answer your question, or you still kind of want follow-up, then we'll go for there.
Yeah.
So the first question is Western Hills Water District World AC lawsuits and potential resolution of issues so that the full subsidy isn't paid by the residents. Western Hills Water District has discussed this. Any potential recovery by any of these parties will be a credit to the ratepayers. Because a projection of an actual recovery is unknown, the rate study cannot reasonably rely on these amounts in the rates. So that's kind of the answer to this whole, how would this money work and everything. So the lawsuits, potential resolutions, issues so that the full subsidy isn't paid for by residents. That's kind of one of the things that's been a theme for a lot of the questions. So who wants to cover that? Who wants to, I mean, do you want to take a shot at that, Julie? I know that's kind of right in your area, how the World AC lawsuits and potential resolutions of issues could take care of some of this subsidy, so the residents wouldn't have to pay it.
I think that's more a question for Hobbs. You're talking about closed session items, or?
And that's the answer.
No, I mean, the response is that there were a number of questions about, well, what about whatever legal remedies Western Hills is pursuing against World and Angels Crossing, and those are legitimate questions, and that's part of the equation and the solution, and this board is committed that any eventual recoveries will be used as a credit to offset the cost of service, but because none of those funds or what that amount is can actually be ascertained, you can't include that or rely on that in figuring out what the cost of service is. And so there's not a whole lot more that can really be discussed on that.
And I'm sure that other people will have questions about that we might be able to, they might pinpoint more of a question that we can maybe give a more direct answer to. Water shut off was another one. I just explained that. I don't think we need to go there again.
Yeah, I think we're good.
Right, water. I'm just skimming over this really quick to make sure that. Okay, wait. Western Hills Water District is
Matt,
making.
why don't we? Oh, are you looking at questions online?
Yeah, they were the ones that we took the 40 and
Oh, I was gonna say, because there's people with their hands up. I
No,
would
we
get to
know,
them
Julie.
first.
We know,
Yeah.
we're trying to get the
Okay.
pre-asked questions done first, like we promised, and then we're gonna get the people with their hands raised. I know Supervisor Chance is here and we'd all like to hear from him, and Jennifer
Yes.
Miller is right in front of him. We will get
Yes.
that straight to those people in just a few minutes.
All right, Western Hills Water District is making the residents aware that in order to provide water to DG residents, Western Hills Water District has to purchase that water from KCWA, pay pumping, treatment, employee, and administrative costs to provide clean drinking water. If Western Hills Water District runs out of reserve funds and is unable to pay KCWA and other costs, it will not be able to actually provide clean drinking water. There have been no overt threats of water termination by KCW. Okay, so this is an answer, and David, you should bring this up. This is about so KCWA, our contract with them says what if we don't once they notify us that we haven't paid our bill, when could they technically shut off water? I know that we don't have an actual notice of shut off, but what does the contract say, Dave?
I don't know off the top of my head. It may be 6 months, but we're probably past that. But the
Well,
reality is that,
yeah, August 9th of 2020 was the day, whatever that worked out to be.
yeah, I mean, just to put the residents at ease at this point, we're in a holding pattern with Kern County, and they haven't come out and said, yes, we're going to terminate water service.
Correct.
But it is an option that they have under the contract if we can't ultimately get these issues resolved. That's all.
Okay. Another one was KCWA issues and renegotiation. WHWD, Western Hills Water District, pays KCWA what all other agencies pay for state project water. There may be some insignificant charges that get reduced, but other than reducing the total 8,000 acre foot of allocation to a 4,000 acre foot allocation, the bulk of the costs will need to be paid by the WHWD. Reducing the table A allocation raises its own problems, less ability to build out the Diablo Grande, extreme water conservation issues in drought years, and no golf course. David, do you want to kind of explain that a little bit more?
Sure. There's always been this issue about we can renegotiate the agreement between Western Hills and Kern County. Some of there may be some smaller admin costs that can get renegotiated, and that may occur, but the bulk of our water charges are what Kern has to pay to the state for the water. So there's not this idea that there's going to be a wholesale reduction in what Western Hills has to pay per unit of acre feet. Water it's not realistic. One of the options that we're looking at and discussing is that we're obligated to purchase the entire table A 8,000 acre foot. There's a possibility, however slight, that could get reduced. The problem is if, and the example of that is that, okay, well, we're only going to pay for and only going to be provided up to 4,000 acre feet in a year. The problem with that is if we do that, then for example, this year, which is a 5% allocation, Western Hills Water District only has 200 acre feet to provide its residents. That means it's going to limit actual growth moving forward. It's going to draw into questions about whether or not you can have a golf course. And so those are the thorny issues, they're policy issues that have to be decided moving forward.
Correct. So anytime we reduce that allocation, remember, we don't actually use that or even get that amount of money or acre foot water. We get whatever the state allocates. And this year it was 5%. Sometimes it could be 2% or 3%. So we always have to keep that in mind.
I'd like to just put a plug in too. There's a video on YouTube, everyone, that you can watch just about the presentation of this particular issue. What would happen if the state water project only gave us 5% like it is right now, or if, God forbid, it was 0%? What kind of acre footage would we be getting from our 8,000 that we're contractually allowed to have? Now, again, we're allocated only a percentage of that. And God knows when it's going to ever get close to 100% here in California. And lest we forget, the golf course uses just about as much water as we residents do here. If we ever want to have a viable golf course, and Lord knows I do, then we need this allotment, I should say, from Kern, and we need a high allocation year in order to not have to do crazy accounting antics and buy water. I mean, I think personally reducing that limit, reducing that table A figure, I'm sorry, of 8,000 is a shot in the foot. And it does limit development possibilities here, and it would turn off anybody who came up here as a serious developer.
Right. Right. And David, do you want to chime in on anything about that as well? Just, or are you done?
No, that's it.
Okay, cool.
And can I just, I
Yes.
just wanted to add a little bit for those who, because I've heard it, for those who say, well, we don't need a developer, we don't need a developer, our community is fine just like it is. You want to remember that then we would bear the whole cost. We would have to bear the subsidy. Then we're right back at square one here. We need that developer. We need those, the more homes, because the more homes we get here, the less we personally have to pay for our water.
Correct.
Spot on.
Spot
What
on.
we don't need is a developer that
Doesn't
purchased the property for $100,000 that has made it clear to the community, even on recording, and I think we should put that recording up on the YouTube site of them stating that they need to know when they're going to get paid back their $17 million of money they didn't put into this district. So if everybody's wondering about the water rates going up, just wait till they want to collect that money, because that's what they're made it clear that they're looking for.
And Julie, that is the perfect segue for the next question. Chris, can you please put up the slide deck? Take control of folks' computers. I think this is important for people to see. We're gonna, the next question has exactly what to do about the loan. The next question, and there were a few of them, and it was, what are you gonna do if Angels Crossing were to call in the marker, call in the note, call in the loan? And this has been going on for quite a bit. And it's really kind of silly. So here is the slide. And this is important because a lot of people might not understand this. So move to the next one, please. Here is the master agreement, 1998. So this is the original master agreement.
Apologies for the quality.
Yeah, Diablo Grande agrees to advance funds to Western is referring to us, Western Hills Water District, as necessary to pay for the costs of operation until such time as Western's revenues are sufficient to meet the cost of operation. All such funds shall be treated as a loan to Western by Diablo Grande, which shall bear interest at the rate of 8% per annum until paid in full. Western agrees to retire the debt created under this paragraph when its revenues begin to exceed its operational costs. At that time, the parties shall meet and confer to determine an appropriate scheduled time for repayment of the loan. Okay, let's go to the next slide.
Real quick, Matt, two things
Yep.
on this.
Yes.
When they say DG here, we're talking about DGLP, the original developer
Yes.
owner. We're not talking about customers. We're not talking about people who live here. We're talking about
Yes.
the owner, the
Good
developer.
point. Yes,
And
the developer.
secondly, what we're going to look at next is the addendum to this agreement, which fully defines what operating costs are.
Correct.
All right.
Pull that up. So this was the addendum done in 2009, and this has to do with World International. On June 4th, 1998, Western and Diablo Grande Limited Partnership, a California partnership known as DG, entered into a master agreement to provide water, sewer, and storm drain services, the master agreement. On October 7th, 2008, the sale closed on the property known as the Diablo Grande Winery and Resort in Patterson, California, with a street address, blah, 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 pursuant a purchase and sale agreement between World International, and Diablo Grande. That's known as the purchase agreement. So here's point C. Pursuant to the purchase agreement, World assumed the master agreement. The parties desire to enter into an addendum to amend the master agreement and confirm Western's acceptance of the assignment of the Western agreement. So basically, all this is saying is everything that we just read is now transferred to World. All right, so we move forward. Upon approval of each annual operational budget by the Western Board of Directors and the approval of each annual capital budget by both Western's Board of Directors and World, World agrees to advanced funds in accordance with the approved budget and in accordance with the projected monthly timing of the proposed expenditures contained within the approved budget. All funds advanced shall be treated as a loan from World to Western, and all funds advanced shall bear interest at the rate of 8% per annum, simple interest until paid in full. Next one. World may elect to cease advancing funds to Western for operational costs if and when World determines that Western's revenues are sufficient to meet the following and ongoing basis. Number one, annual costs of operations, annual cost of capital improvements and replacements, and operating reserve fund as determined by the Western Board of Directors, and the principal and interest payments on any outstanding debt other than to World. Sums A and C in this subsection shall not exceed 10% of the prior fiscal year's actual operating expenditures. Sum B shall be not exceed 10% of the average of the prior 3 fiscal years actual capital expenditures. Move on to the next one. In
Wait,
the event,
can I back up real quick?
yes, absolutely.
Did I just ruin the presentation?
Nah,
No, you just delayed.
you could fix
I
that.
can fix it. Indeed, indeed. All right, stepping forward real quick. I want to just note here for everyone, capital improvements and replacements. We're talking about equipment. We're talking about assets that we own that are used in the operations of the district. Okay, that's what that means. I'm sure everybody knows that, but I just wanted to make that clear. Furthermore, the reserve fund, well, I pretty much don't have to tell you anything about that.
We don't have one.
We don't
That
have
doesn't
one.
exist.
That's correct.
Okay, moving on. In the event World elects to cease 100% of the funding, which they did, it shall provide not less than 18 months advance written notice to Western, and such notice shall be timed so that if funding ceases, it ceases at the end of Western's fiscal year. So if World notice date was June 15th, World shall cease advances funds after December 31st, 2016. World's notice shall also include World's proposed repayment plan. World's determination to cease advance funding and World's proposed repayment plan for funds advanced for both operational and capital costs must be reasonable and made in good faith and be based upon Western's audited financial statements and a reasonable 3-year projection of Western's revenues and expenses, showing that Western would have sufficient projected revenues to meet the projected expenses set forth in subsection 7J above. That didn't happen. Moving on.
Nope.
Angels Crossing. On October 7th, 2008, the buyer, Angels Crossing, assumed from the property's prior owner that certain master agreement to provide water, sewer, storm drainage, as amended by that certain addendum to the master agreement, which is what we all read, to provide water, sewer, storm drainage service as amended in master agreement. Western Hills Water District contends that from 2019 to April 24, 2020, World incurred water charges of $515,601, which is this date remain outstanding. World disputes the claim. This is all part of the whole assignment assumption agreement. Western Hills Water District contends that World is in default of its obligations under the master agreement, since among others, it has failed to fund the operations of the Western Hills Water District for a period of over 12 months as required by the master agreement. Moving on. Western Hills Water contends that World is in default of the obligation. This is the Melrose money, and obviously that 8 million is no longer the real number. It's much more than that at a year after. On March 16th, 2020, buyer and seller entered into that certain purchase agreement. So it's just agreeing that they entered into it. And pursuant to the purchase agreement, buyer agreed to assume the master agreement and any and all outstanding loans to the Western Hills Water District, which at that time, a year ago, was that number, as well as the outstanding liabilities of World International, including the outstanding water charges, funding obligations, and the Melrose obligations.
Buyer here is Angels Crossing.
This
Seller
is
here
Angels
is World.
Crossing, yes. So our current developer agreed to everything I just told you. Yet they keep saying, and others, that they could call in the note. No, they can't unless they fulfill all of this.
That's correct.
Moving
And
to the
this
next
is all
one.
going to be available for everyone.
Yes, moving to the next one. Or is that it?
That's it.
There we go. Oh, that's it.
We have all the links here, and I'll make this available for everyone.
Perfect. So I wanted, that answers the question for anyone that thinks or believes that Western Hills Water District has to pay $17 million to Angels Crossing because they snap their finger and say, I'm calling in the note.
Yeah, there's no calling in the note.
There's no calling in the note. That is the agreement. That is the contract. That is how it works. So anyone on social media or other that says anything other than that, it is not correct. It's not correct. That is a fact. That's a contract. That's not my opinion.
That's right.
I want to step in and say something really quick on this
Sure.
money and going back to the original master agreement. So just to give you an idea, if you obviously to get this project approved, they did have to get it approved with the county. So the Board of Supervisors and whomever's approving it would have to say, you know, you're going to put a project up there in the hills. Where are you going to get your water? Where are you going to get your sewer? They want to make sure that the people are going to be provided with these services. So if they have a master plan for 5,000 homes, they're going to have enough water and sewer to feed that. There is no way you're going to go to the Board of Supervisors and tell them, hey, I need to build, pass a $57 million bond, and then I need to be able to provide the sewer and water to these people. But, I think I'm going to take my time, and it's going to take me 20 years to build. And I'm just going to go ahead and loan money, deposit money into the water district at an 8% rate, and have quite the savings build up. And I'm going to make those guys pay me back 20 years later. There's no way this project would have ever gotten approved if they would have gone to them and said, this is how long we're going to take to drag our feet to build enough customers to fund this district, because that piles the debt onto the district. There is no way that would have happened. So now it's unfortunate because in the 2007, 2008 crash, this is what happened to the community. So the project sold, it sold out of the bankruptcy. They came in, they subsidized the district. But remember, nothing was ever built. So to drag this out, how long are we going to go? Another 20 years while they're depositing money into the district at an 8% accrual rate, and then at some point to demand it back. That just doesn't work. So somebody has to, or I think everybody needs to question and probably go back to AC and World and say, why in the world would we possibly even owe all of this money? This sounds like the cost of doing business for business that you decided not to do, business you decided not to complete. And the other question I think people should ask Angels Crossing, if they're talking to them, because I know there's some residents that are and in support of them, they need to ask them, how is it that you paid $100,000 for the right to come in here and demand $17 million? And that really, I'm going to simply leave it at that.
Yes.
Thanks, Julie.
It's true. Very true.
At the expense of
right.
the community.
How are we doing on that list of questions, Matt?
All right, last one. And this is the one, it talks about the Chapter 9 bankruptcy. And I know a lot of folks in the community was saying the water district should go bankrupt. And a lot of people were throwing out, do Chapter 11 and the state will take you over and everything will be hunky-dory. First of all, it's Chapter 9, not 11. It's not 13. It's not 7. It's 9. Chapter 9 bankruptcy. Chapter 9 bankruptcy only recognizes debt. It would not force a renegotiation of any of the payments Western Hills Water District is required to make to Patterson or Kern moving forward. The only debt included in the cost of service study is for about a year to pay off Caterpillar generators and for some trucks. So our water rate study does not include the debt to Kern or the debt to Patterson. I just want to be clear on that. And then David, if you would like to chime in a little bit as a lawyer, as our lawyer, explain a little bit about Chapter 9 bankruptcy to the folks so they can kind of understand better how that works, please.
I don't really have much to add. I mean, we've looked at it, we've kicked it around, and it's a potential option, but I don't think that it solves anything for Western Hills or the residents. And because what Chapter 9 does is it reorganizes only the debt, the past debt. It's not the concept where if you're paying your mortgage and I file bankruptcy, they're going to renegotiate my bank and my note, or the note with the bank on my house. That's not how it works. Western Hills doesn't really have that significant of debt. I mean, it does with regards to Kern and the city of Patterson, but in the big scheme of things, those aren't even factors in the rate study. So the point being is that if Western Hills filed bankruptcy and wiped out all of its debt, which is a pretty tough row to hoe in Chapter 9, we would still be stuck with the full amounts that are owed to Kern and the full amounts that are owed to the city of Patterson. So it doesn't solve the problems. You don't get to start over. And I'll just hit this really quick because there are a number of questions on, well, if Western Hills files bankruptcy, then the state will come in or the county will come in and take over. I'm not aware of any regulation or statute that allows any other entity, be it the county or the state. We certainly recognize that they do have authority and regulatory power, but this notion that some other entity, say the state, comes in and takes over, there's nothing that means that the rest of the state payers of California will subsidize the cost to operate Diablo Grande in the water district. Those costs are still going to be spread amongst the people that receive the benefit from those state services, which would be the ratepayers of Western Hills Water District. There's no authority for the state, can't really come in and order Kern under any legal authority to renegotiate the contract or to knock on the door and say, hey, Kern, you must make the payments to Western Hills for Western Hills Water District less. That doesn't exist. And so it's an unfortunate situation, but I don't, even under some of the statutes where they allow for a forced consolidation with another water district, they're clear that we don't get assumed by some other water district and then that water district's customers pick up the subsidy as well. That's not how it works. If there's something out there that would work, that'd be great. I just don't see it. So that's really all we have on that.
Thanks, David.
Yeah.
Awesome.
All right, Matt.
Okie dokie. So that's it for those questions. I know that, again, 40 questions, all of them pretty much had to do with this kind of stuff. We're open to taking questions now.
All right, let's start with Jennifer Miller and then we'll get to Supervisor Chance. He's right next in line. And I know he's been waiting very patiently and we want to be respectful of his time, but let's get to Jennifer first. She's been waiting even longer.
Hi, everyone. Wow, what a meeting. So I recently just purchased my house here, so I'm trying to put all of this together. And I'm really curious on where is Angels Crossing? Like where are they? As
Great
far
question.
as
They're in the meeting right now.
Are they in this meeting?
Yep.
Oh, sure they are. Yep.
So how come, so what I read today, I read a little bit of the emails going back and forth between the lawyers that they owe the $515,000. But the ponds were also filled up for fire and then that was used for the golf course. So I'm curious as far as where's their accountability as far as paying for their water bill? I read that they didn't want to pay it because they didn't understand the billing and that they also wanted a breakdown of how the funds within the water district are being handled.
So I'm going to have David answer that because there's actually a law regarding that. Go ahead, David.
No, I think, I mean, there's a number of questions that she's asking.
Oh, no, I'm talking, yeah, sorry. I'm talking about the one
There's
about
a
payment.
couple of issues that we raised with Angels Crossing, and what our interpretation of what they were saying is that we don't agree with your water rates. We don't want to pay them. We're challenging them. And that's not the way the law works. Even if you, like with your taxes, if you challenge your taxes, you're still required to pay your taxes before you can challenge them. As far as not understanding the water district and how its rates are based, that information's all available. That information's been provided to everyone. There's been numerous requests of documentation that have been provided to Angels Crossing since they first came on the scene. And so I don't know. I don't have a good answer for you because I don't know what the answer is, unfortunately.
Nobody does.
But why is that? Why doesn't anybody know where Angels Crossing is with any of this? Isn't this what they bought? Isn't this area what they'd come in and told all the residents, we're going to do this and that and this and that, and then nothing's been done?
They paid $100,000 is all. That probably would answer your question. That's all they put out for this project.
And let me just put a little caveat in here. We, the day after the last meeting, I invited Angels Crossing to come next week to kind of like a roundtable kind of thing in our special meeting where we're gonna figure it out and we're gonna get them information on how it's gonna work. But I've invited them. Again, the board of directors, we all received those horrible rate increase numbers. We've now had this meeting tonight where we're hearing from you and we're now having to really figure out things. I thought it was only fair to also ask Angels Crossing to come and give their side of the story and explain themselves. So they did respond today, and they stated that they will have representatives here next week. I will let the entire community understand that there will be decorum in next week's meeting. It is not going to be a slugfest. It is not going to be a rude, personal attack night. I think that we all need to give them another shot at this. We've been waiting 11 months, but I think we should give them an opportunity to speak and let us know what they're thinking. I think it's the right thing to do. The board of directors will be respectful. And I'm asking the community when it's your turn to ask questions that you will also be respectful. We're not going to take personal attacks. There won't be a personal attack on the board. There's not going to be personal attacks on the members of Angels Crossing. I don't think this is the forum for it. I don't think there's a need for it. I want to be clear that next week, next Wednesday, when we have this forum or this meeting and everybody's in it, you know, there's going to be structure. We're going to give, you know, you get an opening statement, then a back and forth with questions from you guys, a closing statement. We're going to do something, but it's going to be very formal and it's going to be very respectful. I think they are entitled to give their opinion again. Maybe they have good news for us. Maybe they're going to bring a check to the meeting. I don't know. We're going to wait and see. But I think we need to be respectful, and I think we need to ask nice questions and good questions and try to get as much information as we can, because the board has to make decisions that are going to affect all of us. And I also think all of you deserve some answers. So we're doing that next week. So just so you know, that's kind of the plan.
Jennifer, do you feel like your question was answered?
I'll find out next week, I guess.
Good point. Good point. All right.
We're all waiting.
Yeah, I was reading all the stuff today, so I was like, okay.
I'm glad you did, and thank you for asking that because it's an important question, and you know, thankfully they have agreed to attend next week. So
yes, I'm very
Chris.
thankful.
Chris, Chris, I'd like to further answer Jennifer's question on something regarding
Please.
Angeles Crossing, if I may, for 30 seconds.
Oh, go for it.
Jennifer, as the treasurer officer of the district, I've been doing a lot of research and investigation as far as what's taken place. And I just want to let you know and the community know that from what I've researched and have come upon, there was very little inquisition from Angeles Crossing prior to them signing this AA&R agreement. I've looked at emails, I've talked to district employees about it, and from my investigations, I saw very little due diligence from them. And so unless there's something more that I have yet to uncover, I haven't uncovered it yet. And I just wanted to put that out there so that everybody was aware of that. So thank you.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Mark.
Mark. All right, Jennifer, if you're all good, I'm gonna lower your hand and mute you back. Raise your hand again if you want to ask another question. Anybody's entitled to raise their hand again. Like I see Jared's back on the list. Now we have Supervisor Chance, Mr. Condit. There you go, Mr. Condit, you're good to go.
All right, good evening. As you may see, I'm not Supervisor Chance Condit. I'm Russell Fowler, Field Representative for Supervisor Chance Condit. Supervisor Condit could not attend tonight to deliver these remarks himself due to his obligation to attend Stanislaus County Council of Government as a voting executive policy member. So I'd like to read this statement from the supervisor. A conversation occurred between Western Hills Water District Board Member Matthew Manning and Supervisor Condit on March 16th, after the board member reached out to Supervisor directly. Unfortunately, a post on Facebook has caused confusion and misunderstanding amongst members of the Diablo Grande community as to Supervisor Condit's position in regards to the proposed rate increase by the Western Hills Water District. Supervisor Condit disputes any claim that he is in agreement with the recommended rate increases, and unfortunately, the social media post falsely insinuates that Supervisor Condit is in quote, understanding with the water district. He instead supports exploring all options and making sure that everyone has information necessary to make an informed decision as to the way forward. In that regard, Supervisor Condit is not in quote, in understanding with the water district. This is an issue that will be presented and decided by the voters of Diablo Grande. Supervisor Condit remains a neutral member, not associated with the developer or the water district, and simply wants to help any way possible, coming up with solutions moving forward. Unfortunately, Supervisor Condit and Stanislaus County are limited in providing full assistance due to the fact that Western Hills Water District is their own public entity under the authority of an elected policy board. We remain concerned for the future of this community and encourage open lines of collaboration on identifying options and solutions to address these issues moving forward. That is in the best interest of the residents of Diablo Grande. Please feel free to contact Supervisor Chance Condit directly if you have any questions or concerns at 209-622-7485. Thank you for your time.
Great. And please pass on my apologies to him as well.
I will do that.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right, next up we have Mr. Curtis White. I know you've been waiting a long time too, buddy. Sorry.
Where'd he go?
I don't know where he went.
Uh-oh, there he is.
Oh, maybe he.
Curtis, do you still want to talk or?
He's there.
I know, he lowered his hand, so I just want to make sure.
You know, the questions that I have, and as far as the water district with the bankruptcy, you said the Chapter 9. Is there any way that we can, or have we consulted in a attorney on this matter, or this is just something we just kind of read upon? Because, you know, there's a lot of companies that you know, go chapter, whether it's chapter 11 or you say it's chapter 9, that it offers some type of protection. And even though it's back debt, it still allows them to, it's set up by a bankruptcy judge that allows these companies or these corporations or even Western Hills, which is a private identity or, you know.
We're a public
nonprofit.
We're a public utility
Okay,
company.
it still will offer them protection, and the bankruptcy judge will set up them a payment plan to pay all of this.
So David,
know?
David Hobbs is our attorney, the Western Hills Water District attorney. And I know he has spoken with lawyers that do Chapter 9. And maybe David, you could help Curtis with this and help educate all of us on this.
Sure. Yeah, first of all, the only type of bankruptcy that's available to Western Hills as a public entity is Chapter 9. It only applies to municipalities, and we can't file a Chapter 11. And so our type of bankruptcy that we're allowed to look at is different than what most folks are familiar with. There's not a whole lot of Chapter 9s that have been filed, frankly. And the relief that is afforded under those other chapters isn't something that really makes a lot of sense at this point in time for the district. And it's kind of something that you said is that those other chapters allow you to pay over your debt over time. They restructure it. And even if we could do that doesn't change the fact that to operate as a water district, we have current significant bills that we have to pay in the future that we still can't pay because of the water rates. And so even if we were to reorganize this debt, that would be tacked on to the bills that we're already not able to pay moving forward. And so I do appreciate the question, but it may come to a point in time where Western Hills is forced to go that route. But
and David,
the people that I've spoken with said that at this point in time, it's probably not the wisest move.
And David, and correct me if I'm wrong, because I could very well be, but if we were to do Chapter 9, and as you just said, they're going to wrap all the debt in, they too, a judge basically, would determine possibly what our residents, our customers would end up paying for a water rate.
I don't know that that's necessarily the case, and that's getting into some minutia that I'm not really comfortable representing one way or the other. So
Can I say something to Mr. White?
Yes,
that he's, because I think I've not met him before, so I don't know if he's kind of new here, but it would be good to let him know that when people are talking about the bankruptcy, a possible bankruptcy, just like David was talking about, it's really not the debt. There's not really any debt that the water district has continuously built up, except for basically we have to buy water and the money that we've needed that we pay for sewer just to pay for the ongoing operations. It's really just a lack of customers up here at no fault of the residents, because the residents they don't own the land. So if we had control of the land, we could sell the land to somebody who actually has money and can build. So if you go down to Patterson, there's a lot of construction going on, a lot of new homes taking place. That's because obviously those guys have the money to build. This property was sold to a developer. Well, they call themselves a developer, but as you can see, they're doing nothing. So we don't know why they're not paying their bills. And frankly, they're not paying for their land. They're not even paying their property taxes, but they're attending these meetings wanting to, I don't know, do what, but that's not, so it's not the case that we have all this debt that has been built up. It's just ongoing expenses that we have to pay for regardless. And so we need to try to bring the money in to continue those operations and then make the decision, will we be able to sustain ourselves long enough to be able to attract a developer to move this land? Because right now, The property is, we hired a foreclosure attorney because the water district has an obligation to foreclose on all of their land, which is severely delinquent by 3 years approximately. So we can move the property and get a developer. So that's what you want to be doing, is kind of thinking we have to bring these guys in and bring some
There's a
customers.
part two.
I'm sorry?
I said there's a part two. That's the other thing too that I was concerned about, is that Angels Crossing purchased, this land, and from, but anyway, they did not have the money. And I'm thinking there's some kind of fraud going on here,
Well,
because if you stating that you have certain amount of money when you purchase a property, that we can afford to do this, and you're lying on documents and you doing wire transfers and stuff like that, I think that they need to be, that someone needs to, on our board, needs to contact the FBI and have them to investigate these guys, because what they're doing and what they're doing to our community is wrong. Because if they did wire transfer, then some of them need to go to jail. Somebody need to pay for what they're bringing onto our community.
Well, Mr. White,
it's just like when we purchased this 3 years ago, and it's stated right there, it says wire transfer. If you're doing fraud, if we're frauding to purchase this property, it's against the law, and it's punishable through FBI. And I think they need to investigate them, and all of them that's on their boards or whatever. Let the FBI deal with them, and we need to also contact the district attorney. It's not going to hurt, but somebody needs to go to jail on their side. We also are trying, while the board is trying to figure out how can we straighten this mess out, because really we don't need them around penciling on the meetings, poking and seeing what we're doing to pay and take care of them. This is the only reason why I brought it up for the water district, is because we're being asked to pay for what they have not been paying for, right? As far as the water usage.
We're having to subsidize what they claimed they were going to come in here and obviously develop. They call themselves a developer, you're supposed to be developing, but it appears there's no money, and that's what I was talking about, this 17 million. Their representatives have shown up asking when they're going to get paid back their $17 million for their investors. Well, I don't even know where these investors are, because not a dime has come into this community from these people. So I appreciate what you're saying.
Yes, and everything that you discussed, we definitely are taking serious. Thank you.
We are. Thanks, Curtis. Was your question fully answered?
Yeah, my question was answered. Yeah.
All right, buddy. Raise your hand again if you need to ask another one.
Thank you, sir.
Thanks, Curtis.
Next up, we have a Mike C.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah, hi. Julie actually just kind of beat me to the punch. But my question was about if you can speak to the efforts of foreclosure of AC's partials, and could that also include the clubhouse and the golf course, to where we could effectively foreclose on everything they say they own up here, and try to sell it to somebody who really wants to develop the property?
Short term, yes. I mean, the short answer, yes.
Yes,
and effectively, does that get them out of the picture altogether?
Yes.
Yeah, if we get a buyer or various buyers of this project, then absolutely everything's on the table. They're in default in every single parcel they own.
Yeah, I know that. and we're pursuing that, yes?
Yes,
100%.
1000%.
There, that's my question.
Thanks,
Julie
Mike.
just nicked me on it.
Yeah, it's all right. Hey, preemptive answers are good.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
All right, thanks, Mike. Next, we have Kevin Halverson. There you go, Kevin. You're good.
Hello, all. How are you tonight?
Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Doing okay.
So, I've just been listening in, so forgive me if this question's already been answered. We just bought our house here in January 22nd, right? So we're fairly new, extremely new to the area.
Welcome.
So my question is if the water does quote unquote get shut off, right? You can't pay the bills aren't going through, you can't get the water delivered, all that good stuff. Do we have a backup plan, or what exactly, if you can in detail, will happen to us up here as residents?
So the short answer, very short answer. Most likely, if we looked at worst case scenario, the state most likely would have some administrators come up here, most likely, is what we're thinking. And what they would do is they would look at what our situation is, and they would find out what the cost would cost. We kind of know what that cost is. We've been discussing it, but they would do the same kind of thing, and they would come up with a cost of what it would cost. And then we as the customers here would have to pay that bill.
They would do their own rate study.
Yeah, they would do their own rate study, but then we would pay that. And that would be the state of California telling us what we're going to pay. And I don't know about you, but I don't like the gas prices right now. So I'm not comfortable with rolling the dice on this one.
And there's no 218 challenge.
Correct.
Okay. But I guess my main concern is that no matter what, like you said, we could still have water up here. Because like I said, I'm new, right? I'm 20, January 22nd, I'm 3 months into being up here as a brand new resident. I'm 28 years old, first time home buyers. This is all kind of foreign to us. So,
well, I just want to let the community know this one thing, and that is what I just said about the state sending some administrators and doing a rate study and giving us a bill. That is still we think that's how it would happen, because there's nothing, it's hard to prove a negative, meaning this has never happened before. There's never been this happening. So we will, and I don't like being the guinea pig on what's going to happen if we lose our revenue. It is, and it's a nightmare, and it's very scary in that regards. And I hate being scary, but we don't know. There's nothing we can turn to in a book and say, this is what's going to happen.
No.
Right.
Well, I do appreciate
might happen.
Okay. I do appreciate everybody at the Water District and how hard you're all working. So just want to let you know that you are appreciated.
Thank you, Kevin.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kevin.
Thank you.
All right. On to Jared again, Jared Bolger. There you go, Jared.
Thanks, guys. So I had a couple of questions that I asked that weren't necessarily answered. So number one, I mean, you did kind of answer the part about bankruptcy and whatnot, but are we saying that there's literally no way for us to go to, say, Kern and Patterson and renegotiate at all? I mean,
No.
And I'm just saying, as the water district, going to these companies and saying, hey, look, like, this is our situation, and you know it because they're probably monitoring some of these meetings and things like that as well, and saying, how can we renegotiate so that we do have homes?
Sure. No, that is incorrect. We absolutely are going to be negotiating with Patterson and Kern. Timing is everything, and we are, as a board, looking at how to proceed on those negotiations and how to communicate. We kind of mentioned a little bit, when you go to Kern, you're kind of going there to discuss our acre footage, but then we have that whole allocation issue that we have to think about. So if we were to try to tell Kern, hey, we'd like to go down to 4,000, then we're sort of understanding that we kind of know that we might not be doing a golf course or any community build out possibly at that, because it's putting the number so low in our allocation possible that that's going to be kind of frightening.
But if we go to Kern and say, hey, look, this is our situation currently, and if we bring in a developer that wants to do a golf course and more things, then we can come back and negotiate for more.
Yeah, and see, that is where the kind of complication comes in.
Or let the developer negotiate for their own.
Yeah, Dave, maybe you can help because you're way better
No,
eloquent
I mean,
on this.
they're valid questions, and
Yes,
there are certainly questions that will be asked.
Yes.
I just don't think that, knowing how water transfers are done, that the likelihood of them saying, sure, we'll do that is that doable. And so I don't want to give any false hopes or false impressions that that's something that we can just say, oh yeah, sure, we can go down there and do that.
No, I'm not asking for any false hopes. I'm just asking if there's a possibility of us doing that.
Yes, but then on top of that, let's just say they agree to come down. Then you said, but then could we go back up? And then that's more complication.
Or like I said, you let the developer negotiate for their own water for a golf course.
Sure.
That's just a, if I can interject, I mean, that's an unsavory moment for any new developer coming up here, you know?
Yeah, that's tough.
I think that what he's he does, he's making a really good point that, so if we're trying to put the puzzle together, the water district holds the rights to these commodities, the water and sewer, but we don't have the land, so we can't build the houses to feed these, you know, and add the customers. These guys are hanging on to the land and not paying for anything and not developing. So we're like,
and I understand that from the previous. I do understand. Again, I'm not here laying blame on anybody. I understand.
Oh, no, right.
I understand this board's position because everybody that's on this board wasn't on this board before all of this started. And that was one of my other questions that didn't get answered. Mr. White touched on it a little bit, but why hasn't there been any state investigations into World International? The fact that World International was the developer, was supposed to be paying Western Hills Water District, had two members, their chief financial officer Carmen, sitting on the Western Hills Water District board and not paying their bills.
And all of that comes down to, in some respects, money. It costs us to do those kind of things and to take folks to court. And
no, I
all of
understand
those
that, but we
things.
should be getting the state involved to investigate that.
And I can't comment on that.
That sounds to me like a purely conflict of interest for World International being the developer and then not paying their bills while their CFO is sitting on the Western Hills Water District's board.
Sure.
It's a great point.
We thank you for that point. I can't make any further comments on that.
Okay.
Matt, you had another exhibit you might wanted to show. I'm thinking about COP.
Oh, yeah. You mean my letter?
Yep.
Oh, yeah, sure. Pop that
All right,
up.
let's show that.
Yeah,
That's
so-
relevant to Jared's question. That's why. I
Yeah,
bring it
sure.
up.
Yeah. So just, I don't know, is this a week ago? March 12th. Yeah. I sent this letter down and this is going to be available on the website. But I sent this to City of Patterson, Mr. Irwin, the city manager, and I am waiting to hear back. So we've already begun trying to do some communications and to kind of do some reach out and to start talking about some things. So we are starting that process.
Yes.
I just want the community to know. But
This will be available. Go ahead, Matt.
No, you did it. I just want you to know it's a process. It's not something that just happens quickly. But yes, I want you to know that we are striving ahead on all of those fronts. Those are all options we're working on.
Yeah, I know this is a process. Again, I had asked that question in my email to Chris and I didn't necessarily get an answer on that. So that's why.
Yeah, sorry about that, Jared. We
I
We
understand. There were a
definitely
lot of
tried to.
questions. I get it.
We've been a
Yeah,
little busy.
we tried to
I understand.
compile the questions together. Certainly some things were lost, and I
Yeah.
welcome everyone to continue to message me or email me. If you didn't feel like your question was answered enough or at all, go ahead and yell at me and we will get it answered next meeting, I promise.
And to take this off now for a sec. And I do have one question from the 40 that I do want to answer really fast.
Jared, are you all set?
Yeah, I'm good. I'm good, Chris. Thank you.
Okay, bro, thanks.
There's one question in here. Okay, it was number 37 on this. It says for any current Western Hills Water District board members that were on the previous board, when the selling to Angels Crossing was approved, what was your individual vote as a board member for approving the sale to Angels Crossing? And if you voted yes, as stated in the record, what was your reasoning for not fully vetting Angels Crossing ability to pay their debts, yet still individually voted to approve the sale? That question is specifically to me because I am the only one on the board at the time that Angels Crossing purchased from World. And first of all, that question is something that drives me to this very day. I did vote yes for Angels Crossing for the assignment assumption agreement, for their agreement to the assignment assumption, which in inevitability, it caused them to be able to purchase this place because this is one of the things they needed to get signed off on. Why did I do that? I'm a person that kind of gets a gut feeling on things, and that's one time in my life that I didn't go with my gut. And I got on the board in November, the year prior to them buying. And I want to explain this. I got on the board and I did not know anything about water. If you'd have asked me 10, 20 years ago if I'd be on a water board, I'd been like, you're crazy. So I saw the need though. The need was arising and I started seeing signs that there were problems and there was a position open and I ran. I was not appointed, I ran. It was an election. And because no one else ran, the election didn't have to take place, but it was as though I was an elected person because I was the only one that ran. So I got on the board and I was trying to learn things. So November, December, January, I was literally, I think I was attached to Barry Ivy's hip, another community member. And he was really good at explaining to me a lot of things. And also Carmen, for that matter. Carmen did have a wealth of knowledge that I learned from. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but she's very knowledgeable. And so when January hit, we began to learn about Angels Crossing was interested. So as we got down to the end, right before they bought the place, the community's stance to the board was anything is better than World International. Anything. I was on the HOA board and I wanted to be friends with my community members. I wanted to be liked by my fellow community. And the pressure that all of us board members were on, Barry and myself, because we were community people, the pressure was unreal from the community. You have to do this. What in the hell are you saying you're not going to do this for? You have to. We had board meetings where people were like, you better not screw this up. They're way better than World International. We got to get new blood in here. And that's kind of how the whole thing was played. Just before the votes went down, I contacted David Hobbs, or David contacted me. I don't remember how we first started meeting. And David was like, something's not right. Something's off, you know? And I was asking a lot of questions and I do have a business mind. So I was like, yeah, things aren't making sense to me. I have to apologize to this community. I've been doing a lot of apologizing tonight. It sucks to eat crow, let me tell you. I'm sorry to the community that I voted yes. But by me voting yes, there's an old saying my mom used to say, and she said, you know, fool me once, shame on you, but fool me twice, it's shame on me. When I was on the board, Angels Crossing came in, I noticed immediately that things were not going to go well. And many of you in the community hated me because I began to step up and say, hell no. I was hated so bad that people came to my house threatening my wife. It got that bad. I don't hold grudges. I really don't. I screw up all the time, and I thank God when people forgive me, and I'm a very forgiving person. So I don't have any animosity to anybody in this community at all. But I still want to apologize to you guys for voting yes, because in my gut, I knew this wasn't right. And because I wanted to be liked by my neighbors, because I'd only lived here a couple years, and because I wanted to be liked on the HOA board, because I wanted to be liked, I did a yes vote. And I should have went with my gut. But the good news is that's why I'm so the way I am right now. And I'm just head like flint for our community, because you're not going to fool me twice. And we have a lot to do and a lot of work to do. So please accept my apology for voting yes. That is why I did it. It's kind of humiliating to admit. I don't want to be liked, but that's where it was.
You know, Matt, isn't it true too that it probably would have passed regardless, you know?
It would.
Yeah, the other votes were there anyway.
Yeah. But anyway, forgive me. All
It's
right,
all right.
so moving on.
All right, next up is Oscar. Oscar, you are good to go.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Oscar Carmona. I'm a new resident here. I don't think as a community we should mind too much about paying the extra couple $100 to save the water district and the community as a whole for the better future. But I do have a couple questions. If we are going to be taking over the bill for a developer that's not paying, are we going to get the water back onto the golf course since we're paying that extra couple $100 that they're not paying that was going to go to the golf courses anyways? That's my first question. If you guys can please answer
it. So that's a hard question. So as I explained this many long time, months ago, last year, the Western Hills Water District provides water to paying customers. Put it this way, if your neighbor was not watering his lawn and you hated a dead lawn, and you took your hose that you're paying the water for and watered it for him, not an issue because you're paying for it. But if at night you snuck over there and turned his water on and watered his lawn for him, you would be committing a crime, and he would be not so happy because he doesn't want to pay the bill. So kind of in the same way, we can't force Angels Crossings to pay for, or force them to turn on their water because they're not paying their bill. We allowed them, that's why they have a debt to us of their current bill, not from the assignment and assumption agreement, but they themselves have what, a $300,000 bill for water that we did provide them for several months when they first came here, believing that they were going to pay. If we were to put water on their property and they didn't pay, then it sets a precedent that why should you pay? You should get free water too. So it's sort of a delicate situation. We can't force people to use their water, and we have to ask them, or we have to make them pay for it. I mean, we're a public utility company, and that's how we survive. We sell water. So I don't know if that answers your question. If they're not going to pay, we can't give them the water.
I just want to add two things if I can real quick, Matt.
Go ahead. Yep.
And Oscar, sorry to cut you off there. Number one, the golf course is is pretty much gone. Adding water at this point is not going to do anything but grow more weeds, and it's going to take time and probably Lord knows how many 7-figure checks to get this place back to playable golf surface. Number two, to answer your question about who, would we have that water available for the golf course? It is not factored into the rate study. In fact, we had to factor it out of the rate study, the money that we expected to receive for golf course water revenue. And so if we residents wanted to subsidize that, we're looking at an additional cost per month. I don't think anyone has a stomach for that. I know I certainly don't. Our only hope is, in my opinion, my personal opinion, our only hope is an actual developer comes in here or an actual golf course manager comes in here, reconditions the course, gets it back going, starts paying the bill that they need to pay the water district for said water, and then we're good with the golf course. But currently, we residents certainly don't have the pocketbook depth to subsidize that water either. I hope that answers your question.
Yep.
Not necessarily, because I'm a little bit confused because the whole reason in my mind, and I've been watching your guys' meetings for a couple of weeks now, is that the reason that our water bill is going to go up is because the developer's not paying their bills.
Right.
Is that correct? Okay. So if they're not paying their bills and then it's like I'm taking my friend out to lunch, he orders a meal, but I end up getting stuck with the bill. That's kind of what it feels like as a resident. I understand the business part of it, and I'm not saying, no, let's not pay the additional funds. But at what point, since we're taking over the extra bill that the developer's not paying, as a community, can we buy back, the golf course and all that good stuff? I know that it's probably not in the best interest of the water district. It's probably something we should be asking the developer. But at the same time, I feel that we're paying as residents in the future, if this does pass, for all the water that's not being observed by the developer. And I think that water should be used for something, especially since this is a golf course community. That's just my thought on it.
Well, Oscar, I think that any excess water that would have been purchased by the developer will end up in a water banking agreement at some point in the future. But if basically, like Rick was saying earlier, the prior revenues for golf course water were $700,000 or $800,000 a year. If we want to water the golf course, okay, maybe I guess we don't have to water it as much or something. Let's call it 500,000. That money still has to be spread out over all of the ratepayers. Somebody has to pay for it.
We'd have to budget that back into this rate study.
Correct. So 500,000, let's call it 600,000. You divide it by 12. That's $50,000 a month. Divide that by 600 homes.
No, 595.
Yeah, 595 homes. That's the theoretical amount extra that we residents would have to shoulder in order to water the golf course. And again, I have to tell you that in my expert eye, this golf course is ruined and it is going to need complete reconditioning. There are firms that do that and they charge millions of dollars, and someone's going to have to foot that bill before anybody starts paying for water for the course.
And I think we're missing a basic point in that we don't own the golf course.
Oh yeah, no, we don't own it. We can't
this
intrude on their property. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that would be like you watering your next door neighbor's lawn.
Right.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Does that help, Oscar?
It helps a little. I think that I understand it a little bit more now that you've explained that.
Okay.
The extra couple $100 a month that we're paying is because there is only 595 homes instead of the 2,000. So I'm guessing that's where those extra charges are coming from. Am I correct?
Yes,
Yeah.
sir. I believe you're correct.
Yeah, we still have the same overhead to bring the water up the hill. Now, granted, the golf course does use raw water, but we still have to pump it up the hill, and then it still has to be diverted to the golf course, which is costs. And we have costs of employees, we have costs of, as Matt brought up earlier, the frontiers, so that the pumps can talk to each other. It still comes up with our water, and then it's separated out. Our water is filtered that water goes to the golf course, but it's still a cost. It's an operating cost. And so now we don't have the money from the developer to help pay that operating cost to get it onto the golf course.
And I made the calculations and it's $168 a month per resident.
There you go. Good man.
So,
That's
so
right.
you would take that 390 number and add that to it. I mean, that's just a guesstimate, but yeah. So then that becomes, I mean, see how astronomical that is? Horrible.
But it will definitely help the home values.
It would. It sure would. And not to mention our recreational activities around here, you know? I mean, I'm tired of driving an hour to play golf once in a while.
But right now, the golf course really couldn't be watered right now anyway. There's too much work that needs to be done on it at this point. It's so dead.
It is.
I think,
And that's a very sad thing.
I think in doing a little bit of investigation, I know it sounds like it might, I know it's a lot of money, but in the overall, you know, the overall picture of a developer coming in, if they want a golf course, I think it's going to be a lot less. I mean, it's a lot less than to put a golf course in. You have a clubhouse, and we have checked into the numbers, and it's really not as bad as you think. But Matt,
Not for a developer with money.
Yeah, Matt, I wanted to ask you, you were asked the question about signing that assignment and assumption.
You're killing me, Smalls.
I wanted you to just, but I thought I wanted you to kind of just tell the community what you were told by the non-paying party at the time that was trying to sell the property.
Oh, yeah. Well, the words that were coming out were, you know, if we don't, you know, world would go bankrupt. And, you know, again, new to this whole thing, I was like, oh my God, they bankrupt on us? Holy crap. And then you know, it was like, yeah, and if we bankrupt, then you guys are really screwed, kind of thing. And again, with Barry, I really trusted Barry, and Barry was like, these guys are the real deal. I know these guys, and I've you know, I have inside scoop on this, and don't worry about what, you know, you think. I mean, these guys are the real deal. And it's just stuff like that. And I was just like, you know, it was a very, I got to tell you, that was a real pressure cooker when we made those decisions. The community was for it. World was saying they're going to bankrupt. You got Barry saying, I know, I got people that have been telling me this. And then there was me who was like, this isn't making sense, and bad. It was bad.
All right, Andrea has her hand up if we're ready.
Yes.
All right, Andrea.
Hi, I have a couple questions. One being that you guys keep saying if someone comes in and develop it, a new developer comes in. I'm a little confused because being in the business, I'm trying to figure out the foreclosure process. If a new developer do come in, what's to say that they do the same thing and want to see these bills or the amount that they owe? Number two, you're also the foreclosure documents that you guys are mentioning. Have you guys presented these formally to Angels Crossing? And
you can take it from Julie. Can answer these questions.
Is there a third question also?
Yes, and then development on the lots that they have you guys given them permission? Because I know that even being in the community, if you want to build a pool, you want to do anything within the community, you want to build a house, you can't do that without Western Hills Water District approval. So have you guys given them any legal documentation approving
the will call letter.
So they can do development within the community so that we can get these homes, and maybe they can start bringing in some homes so this rate increase does not happen for all of the residents that cannot afford this. There's people that are going to be.
Julie, Julie, before you do that, let me just answer the part about the will call letter. So you're referring to a will call letter, and we've given many of those to World International over the years. The reason we're not giving the will call letter at this very moment is because we ourselves do not want to put ourselves in a fraudulent situation where we promise that we can bring water to those parcels. And so if we sign that will call letter and present it to Angels Crossing, we could be putting ourselves in a very fraudulent situation, because we would then be telling whoever the prospective owner is of that land that we're going to provide them water. The problem right now is because our revenue issue is a problem, we're kind of waiting to see how things play out. If a real developer came up here with a lot of money and they were like, we're ready to go, that would change everything. But right now, it's a delicate situation. And then
And
Julie, you can answer.
and all due respect, you keep saying real developer. I know I'm not a developer, but at the moment, this is all the community has is Angels Crossing. They are here. I
Are they?
appreciate you guys doing the best that you can, and maybe this, and I understand this is the best that you guys can do, but we have a developer here. I think you guys need to really sit down. I mean, if you want to use my kitchen table, you can use my house as the meeting. I don't
They're going to be
care.
here. They're going to be here next week. So we're going to wait to hear what they have to say.
I know that you guys aren't going to have a meeting with everyone present. I know that. So you guys are going to have this closed session, but without us residents being there. This is how.
Oh, no, you're going to be there. It's going to be an open session. I'm sorry. It's not closed session. It's open session.
Okay. But I want to make sure that you guys actually have a conversation, not no screaming match at each other. Something that you guys can sit down and talk about.
There won't be a screaming match. You have my word on it.
I
have our
don't.
word on it.
Okay, but then, so you're saying that you don't want to give this letter, the will call letter, as you call it, because
We cannot commit fraud. And right now it would be very close to that. We're waiting to see some things. We
But
need
it
some
seems
answers
like-
before we can provide that.
so everyone else suffers because you guys don't want these homes developed, that they're saying that.
I'm sorry, we don't have revenue coming in right now, and we have a developer that you keep constantly saying we have a developer. I don't see a developer. I don't see a developer. I see a name, but I don't see a developer.
I want to make something very, very clear.
Yes, go ahead, Chris.
Very clear here. Okay, this is for the entire community. None of us board members want anything to do with stymieing development in this community.
That's
correct.
All right, that's very important that everybody understand that. That is absolutely ridiculous.
Right.
All we want are more connections for this water district, okay?
Correct.
Build the homes, build the hotel, build the spas, whatever the hell you got to do. Build.
Okay, but they're willing to do that if you give them this letter, you're saying. So give them the letter.
Andrea.
Opportunity.
All right, Julie, take
Let
it
me-
away.
Serious?
Let me jump
You
in
actually
here.
believe that?
I can't remember your
Right now,
first
we
question.
have no choice.
Andrea. Hi there.
Go ahead, Julie.
Hi there.
How are
So,
you?
I'm good. How are you?
Is this the new red herring?
So on you're asking about the will serve letter. The purpose of the will serve letter is so that they can sell their lots. They could sit down they already bought the lots. They already own the lots. If they want to build a house or 10 houses, they can go down, they can get their permits, they can get their plans, they can get them all approved, and they can come to the water district to actually try to get their water on. They haven't done that. The only thing that appears they're asking for, and as far as I know, we never received this letter, and we never received the rest of this letter. There's a map part missing in this letter. I only saw half the letter referring to an attachment that's not even there. And so they're asking for this. It's actually the title company asking for it, not them, so that they would be able to sell some of these lots. So I've not seen an actual completed letter come in, number one, to even finish or responding to. That's fine. You're asking about the foreclosure. Have they been served yet with the foreclosure? No, that's the answer on that. And it's a typical foreclosure process. They're not paying. And I can't remember your first question of what you were asking about with a developer, but I think that kind of what you're asking is what we're being told, or I guess what some people are believing is that these are the only developers in the world, and they're simply not. There's developers looking for land, the costs and everything for developing, the approvals that we already have. We actually have commodities here for developers to come build. So When people tell me that, this is the best we got, this is the only thing we got, I just don't buy that. And I don't think anybody should, quite frankly.
Right. That's how we
Well,
got
that's
into
what
this
we have
situation. in the
right
first
now.
place.
Right.
So you saying that, I guess I'm just trying to figure, you said that they have not been formally served any foreclosure letters.
No.
Based on my experience, I think they have to be served. So how is that going? I mean, is this something that's going to happen in the
We
future?
hired an attorney firm, and the process is the process. There's a process.
And I understand that. I know that it's a
Yep.
process.
So there's a process. So it's the process is there.
So they
And
want to,
I
they want to pay
understand.
all their bills right now. Nobody's stopping them. Nobody's stopping them from paying all their bills and from paying their bonds, paying their taxes, paying their water, paying everything else they owe to this community. They can pay it. Nobody's stopping them at all.
Yes, and I totally get that, but it's really, it really upsets me, and it's not, I mean, it's not nothing personal. It's just like someone telling me I'm not technically a homeowner here. When someone says, oh, they're not a developer, or they don't have money, or hearing those things is a negative. It pushes off a negative to everybody. And then you get the community all riled up thinking they're not a developer. Well, guess what? They have more money than I do.
They don't.
And
I would highly doubt
No,
that.
I
believe that.
don't.
I really don't believe
I don't know about that.
Than I do. I don't know that. I'm not, when I bought my home, I didn't show my paycheck, my bank account to my neighbors.
But
guys
you showed it to the bank.
show money,
I
and
think there's
I didn't do
a
that.
saying in the Bible, you will know them by their fruits.
Yeah.
I don't see any developing fruits coming forth on this tree.
Well, you just said you didn't give them.
I think
the
we've had
letter
11 months to see at
develop.
least a small little tinge of a bud.
Well, they
I
can't
don't
do
see
that
anything.
without this letter. You guys are saying that you're not going to
No,
give
Julie
them.
just
So-
explained that. And Julie, please continue what you were saying as well about that.
With the letter?
Well, both the
understand the
letter
letter.
and the money that you said, no, they don't have any money.
Yeah, well, yeah, I can only assume they don't have any money because we've not seen anything. But the will serve letter is, the purpose is typically of that is so that they can they're able to sell the lots that they have, which I could understand is if they have title to these lots, those are probably the only thing that they might be able to sell right now. But that doesn't put homes on those properties. Those lots are included in this foreclosure. Those lots are delinquent. They owe money both to us and I see to the HOA on all those lots. They're not paying that either. There's really no excuse. A developer, a real developer pays their bills and actually develops.
Correct.
This is just not happening here. There's really, there's just no excuse. I'm not sure what to sit down and discuss with them. Why we're gonna, you don't buy a house. You don't let your client sell their house. Tell them these guys are gonna pay you. They promise. Do a contract. Say, yeah, you should move out. Let them move in. And then, your sellers say, hey, Andrea, where's the money they promised me? And then a year later, you're saying, well, just sit down and talk to them.
Right.
That they took possession of this land and they're doing this to this community and we're suffering from it. And I don't think we should have to suffer anymore.
I think, Julie, we're still suffering.
I think
Go
there's
ahead, Linda.
I think there's a
Go ahead,
distinction
Linda.
that really needs to be made. I think there's a distinction that really needs to be made. A developer develops. I think we can all agree that they are a property owner. And in fact, World was a property owner, but they weren't a developer. They didn't develop anything. And so far, Angels Crossing has owned this place for well over a year and they haven't developed anything. So until they do develop something, they're not a developer, they're a property owner.
Right. I mean, I can call myself a NASCAR driver, but until I have a uniform and a fire suit I put on and have a car and some sponsors, am I really a NASCAR driver? I mean, not really.
Just a stock car driver.
There you go.
But again, like I said, or if develop without your permission, you keep saying they haven't developed as if it's a negative. Yes, it's a negative because they can't.
They can. Nobody's stopping them from developing at all.
Nobody's stopping them from developing.
So if that's true, Julie, so okay, so if For some reason,
Wait.
Angels Crossing's listening to this, they can get this letter, they can develop.
No, what I'm telling you.
Andrea,
is they
Andrea, they're
already
not
own the
asking
lots.
for that. Wait a minute.
Hold on. If they
Go
own
ahead.
the lots, Andrea, they
Mhm.
just need to build. That if they
Right,
want to
but wait a second.
develop, the developer needs
Right.
to build their homes. They're not doing that. The letter has
Here's the
nothing to
red
do
ha-
with them
I would
building
say
their
this
own
all-
homes on those
Wait,
lots.
this is the red herring. Wait a minute. This is the red herring. Let's call out the red herring. The will call letter, Andrea, is so they can sell the land, not develop the land. They're trying to sell it, not develop it. There's a big difference. So once again, that's a red herring when you say we're not giving them this letter. That's why they can't develop. That's not why they can't develop. They're wanting to sell it. And so we're protecting ourselves from the person who buys that lot and then comes to us and says, I need water. And we say, we're in a really bad situation here. We don't necessarily can get that going because we don't have the finances or the money. And then they're like, well, you gave the will call letter. We have to protect ourselves on that issue because of the seriousness that we're in. It has nothing to do with them developing at all.
Okay, so I understand what you're saying now. You're saying that they want to sell the lot in order to be able to have a new developer build on it. If that's the case, that's the same thing with World did with DR Horton. They sold the lots to DR Horton built. So Angels Crossing, if they want to sell those particular land or lots, whatever it may be, to a developer who's going to come in here and build homes to help with this water rate, that is
Do
going
you
to.
have a deal with these guys? Because you sure support them really well. Do you have a deal with them? I want to know.
Listen, I
This
can't.
is really interesting.
You
No,
you
Matt.
can say whatever you want, Matt. I mean, if that's just how I feel, just like you've had this little feeling in your bones and your heart.
Yeah.
I have that same thing in my feelings, in my bones and my heart.
Well, we hope
I
that they
feel
do
for
it.
the people in this community that cannot afford to pay $500 a month.
And
That is my issue, because a lot of people are going to have to move.
Mhm.
That bothers me.
Angels Crossing, give them a call and put, put.
I
your
don't have
passion
their
into
contact
tell-
number.
But-
You give me a contact number, I'll make that phone call.
Yeah, make the call. We would
You have
love it.
Rhonda's email.
Yeah, let
I
them
don't
know
need,
that we would
Rhonda is
like
the
them to
water
pay
person.
their,
I want Angels Crossing's number.
if Angels
Rhonda
Crossing
is
would
Angels Crossing's
subsidize.
attorney.
Okay, well, we're just gonna go around and around. You guys have
The bottom
Went
line is if
around the
Angels
issue.
Crossing
There
pays
is
their
other-
bill, if they pay their bill, our rates will not go up like that.
And I
If they
understand
pay
that,
what
and
they
there's-
agreed to pay in their contract, that,
Well, they're
we
disputing
wouldn't
the
have
bills.
this
They
problem.
have the right to
I feel
dispute
like-
those bills or give them the information they're asking for. And then they can see actually, hey, is this true? Then they can't, right now they're saying they're disputing something. Give
Okay.
them the information and then let them review it. That's all. I mean, I don't want to go back and forth on this. I
Right.
really
No,
don't.
I understand.
No,
But
I know
remember,
it's not
they
gonna
have
be-
to pay a bill before they have to pay a bill.
Wait a minute, wait a
before
minute.
they
Can I ask Andrea a question? She's a realtor. I'm gonna
Yes.
ask her. Andrea, if you bought a home from me and you moved into the home, and then all of a sudden you said, hey, wait a minute, the air conditioning doesn't work. Or hey, wait a minute, there's I have a big leak in my toilet, it's just flooding my bathroom. So I'm not gonna pay you. I'm not gonna pay you. Now you being in real estate, it wouldn't you say, well, if you were the one who sold the property, wouldn't you say to that property owner, well, you didn't do your due diligence. You didn't get your home inspection. You didn't find out that the air conditioner didn't work. You didn't find that the toilet leaked and flooded the floor before you bought the home. You should have done that before you bought the home. Wouldn't as a real estate person, wouldn't you realistically say that?
Right.
And
And you would say,
That
this
is
your
correct.
signature?
That is correct. But to be all fair, if there's a mistake that I made, I pay for it out of my own pocket. My clients don't purchase a home without a home warranty.
Well,
number one. And I make sure that they do their due diligence. If they want to do their due diligence, yes. If they decide they do not, then they are fully aware of that.
Okay, but
So you're
but
talking about,
That's correct.
you're asking me a question about homes, buying homes and selling homes. This is different. I'm talking
no,
about
wait a minute. I'm using that as an
water
analogy.
so they can
Wait a
build,
minute.
sell, whatever they
No,
want to do.
Can I finish my question now?
Go ahead. Yes, you
So
can.
you said that, and I think that's great. And if I ever bought a house, I'll probably give you a call because you are a real estate agent, unlike others. Because I've bought several homes and they don't do that. Okay, so
Well, that's
my
a
question is when Angels Crossing actually signed the assumption of agreement, why didn't they, before they even signed it, why didn't they ask World, hey, why are you paying this much for water? What's the breakdown of this water? Wouldn't you say that they should have asked that of World before they said that they would assume World's debt?
And it seems like a legitimate developer. We're talking about developers. It seems like someone versed in developing or planning on developing would certainly have gone through all of those steps to ensure
And
that.
that verbiage is actually in the assignment and assumption agreement, which I do believe is posted on our website. And if you take just a few moments and read that entire assignment assumption agreement, you will see that Angels Crossing agreed to the fact that they did their due diligence. And there's also a paragraph in there, and I'm totally going off the cuff here, but if you read it, it says something to the effect of, even after you do all of this, if you find out something is different or you find out something you don't like, it does not negate this contract. You still have to pay.
That's right.
So that's all in that assignment and assumption agreement, and it's right there in clear black and white. So the developer in this case, Angels Crossing, really doesn't have an excuse. And then the law that David brought up earlier tonight says you still have to pay your bill, just like you have to pay your taxes before you can challenge anything. They have not done any of that.
And I totally get it. But it just, like I said, it's not going to go anywhere. I don't want to take up too much time. I see other people with their hands up. I just believe, really honestly pray that you guys get together and you honestly in your heart want to sit down without all the bickering and talk to these people, and then them to do the same, so that we as a community can have our rate. I mean, our rates are already high. We don't mind paying just a little bit more if that's what we have to, but $500, a lot of people cannot afford it, especially.
And we understand that. And that's why we're not committing to those numbers.
Time.
Yeah, just everybody in the community understand that no one on this board has agreed to any of those numbers.
Nope.
They're projected and we're
Okay.
still working on solutions.
Okay, well, we'll talk more about this in the next meeting, and I would like to let other people have their opportunity to speak as well.
Thanks,
Awesome.
Andrea.
Thank you, Andrea. Excuse me.
All right, Jared's next.
Several times to unmute there. Sorry.
Yeah.
No problem.
So I honestly, it's late. We all want to kind of get off this meeting. I do have one last question, one last comment. I'd like to get to the question first. Now I know that nobody's committed to this 500 plus number. I know that. However, if something like that passes, what's going to happen to us residents that can't afford that?
Yeah, well, I have a feeling that if we as a board were crazy enough to pass that number, like the option number 1, at that point where it's boom, we're hit with it, I'm almost positive that'll get 219 challenged. I don't think any of us directors would even have, I mean, I don't know. That's a tough one.
Right.
And that's why we're still working on the numbers. And I hope to get the numbers down to a point where they're going to work for everybody. Unfortunately, it's just a horrible situation that we've all been put in.
And I understand that. So my last comment before I drop off this meeting, because my daughter's way past her bedtime, is, you know, I've heard a couple of people say this a couple different times last week, this week. You know, some people are saying, oh, you know, you need to think of this as an investment to protect our home values. Well, the fact of the matter is even if in 2 years we're paying $500 a month for a water bill, we're probably not going to be able to even sell our homes, because nobody that I know is going to buy an 1,800 square foot home with a $500 a month water bill. I don't even know if a bank would approve a loan on a home with a $500
Yeah.
water bill.
So everything that we're doing here is whatever we eventually decide. There are a lot of moving components in this, and everything that we do it has to revolve around a developer with money coming in here and building, because that's the problem we're in. We're not,
No, I
we're in a
understand that.
problem for that. So wait, so let me just tell you. So let's just say we have, I'm going to play this out for you. Let's just say we have a $300 or $400 water bill. And a developer actually comes in and spends money and starts developing. What immediately is going to happen is a new rate study is going to be done. And that new rate study is going to take into consideration all the new build that is happening. And all the rates are going to shift downward, because now we can include all of those connections. So those folks coming in to buy those homes are not going to be told, hey, you're going to have a $450 or a $480 water bill. What they're going to be told is, as soon as, I mean, this is like as the freaking shovel hits the ground, a new water rate study occurs. And the new rate study comes out with, now you're adding 400 homes, or now you're adding 700 homes, whatever it is. Now you're adding a golf course and 400 homes, whatever it is. Those rates are going to immediately go down. It's not like these rates are going to stay here if development occurs.
Right.
Please understand that. And I know that people don't trust government. I know people don't trust politicians. I'm not one. People have to understand that we are a board that are here, living here, paying the bills too. We're going to lower rates as soon as we possibly can. It would be insane for us not
understand
to.
that. I do understand that, Matt. I absolutely do. The thing is we're all in this situation for the last 3 years where we've had 2 different developers that aren't putting any money into it. So we're in this situation of, well, even if another developer comes in, who's to say they actually put money into the community? You know what I mean?
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Well, we got Julie on this one. Julie on this one. Julie's not going to let anybody up here in this place without some money. Let me tell you, we got Julie. We got Julie.
No one on this board had a say. Yeah, no one on this board had a say who the new developer was. No one did, including Angels Crossing. And I know there's been some posts on social media saying, how did you let Angels Crossing in here without vetting them? Well, the water district didn't have a say. That was between World and Angels Crossing. And anybody can sell their property to anybody. But there's an exception this time. This time we are doing foreclosures, which means this water board will have a say this time. And and because the water board has a say, that means you have a say, because you're our neighbors, you're our friends, you're who we care about.
Right.
And we got Julie.
Yes, Matt, we got Julie.
Sorry, I'm excited. I love Julie. She's awesome.
Just to kind of clarify, I mean, this is, typical foreclosure. So there's, things that if a foreclosure takes place and a buyer comes to the table, that they'll know everything that's involved in it. And obviously they're going to have money this time to come to the table.
Right.
So it's not likely that you're going to have somebody come in here and spend that kind of money and just sit on their butts.
Sure.
Yeah.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Jared. All right, we have Harjeet, I believe. Go for it, Harjeet.
Hi, just quick question. So Angels Crossing entered into a contract with the water district. They're obviously in breach of that contract. So instead of us making up for that payment, what are we doing to sue them for breach of contract?
So those are things that we can't discuss because those are things that we handle in closed session. But I want to I just want to say that this board understands all of our options in regards to that, and we are doing our due diligence.
Quite.
Is that an opportunity where lines can be read in between?
I
I think that's a good.
Oh, yes, this is good time to put on those glasses that read between the lines. Yes, please do.
Yeah, that one can go on Facebook as well.
All right, next we have Oscar again. Hi, Oscar, you are good to go.
I was actually going to ask a very similar question as Reggie just asked. My question is if Water District is putting liens on the properties, and if we're going to be taking over the bill, will we be part of a class action lawsuit against them to recoup our money that we've invested?
David, you probably need to answer this one. If you're still there.
No, I'm here. We've leaned what we can lean. We can't offer any advice or any guidance on any class action lawsuits. That's outside of the purview of the Water District.
Yeah.
Understood. For everybody that is listening, there has been class action lawsuits similar in the Los Angeles area against developers. So if anybody wants to take the lead on that, I'll be more than happy to support.
Thanks, Oscar. All right, next we have Mike C again.
Unmute. Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to touch on something very quickly that Andrea had said. She was saying that World sold those lots to D.R. Horton, but that's not really accurate. D.R. Horton owned all the lots that got built out when World was the owner of this place, and
correct.
World never sold a single lot. Those lots were never World's to sell. They were always D.R. Horton's. And the other lots that went up the hill on Golf Canyon that they sold to DeNova were D.R. Horton's lots to sell to DeNova. So World never sold a single lot. I just wanted to make
Thank
that
you for
clear
that
to Andrea.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Thank you. That is correct. That is absolutely true.
All right, next up we have Deborah. And Deborah, hang on, people are moving around on me.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good.
Yes.
Good. Okay, listen, first of all, I'd like to thank everybody for their tremendous hard work. And I know it's like being between a rock and a hard place. And Julie, you were so right in some of your initial calls about this whole situation. So I really appreciate the due diligence on absolutely everybody's part and finding a way forward. Do you have any inkling of if there is anybody on the horizon with the type of money it would take to develop the place properly?
Julie?
I don't know if we're at a position to even be able to say that at this point. Because they certainly wouldn't want us to say, even if we did have some.
Exactly.
Good question. Hey, we're all being politicians now. That was a good answer.
I think Julie mentioned earlier, there's plenty of building going on in Patterson.
Yes, a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think that, well, I probably shouldn't say, yeah.
Let's just leave it at, there's a lot going on.
Okay,
Cool.
but
Thanks, Deborah.
Thank you, Deborah.
Thank you, Deborah.
Sorry, Deborah, I might have accidentally muted you there while you were talking, I think. Just raise your hand again if you have anything else you want to say.
There she is.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
Oh,
Thanks
okay.
again.
No problem.
Thanks
No
again.
problem.
Thank you. Have a good evening.
Next up is Luis.
Hi, yes. First, I want to thank the board for all the volunteer work that they're doing. I know that's a lot of hours that you're doing, and you probably all have professional jobs that you also have to have commitments to. But my question is really a point of clarification from some of the things that I heard in the meeting. Matt Manning stated that that when the AC purchase was done, there was a process where the Western Hills Water District played a role in the vote. But then I heard, I believe, another board member saying that the board has no jurisdiction or approval if one developer sells to another. So I just want to understand what the proper process is.
Okay, so just so you know, we were not, as the Western Hills Water District, party to the purchase between World and Angels Crossing. We have nothing to do with that. We had nothing whatsoever to do with that. But in their process of purchasing and selling, we as the water district had an assignment and assumptions agreement on certain things that we needed as far as getting our subsidy paid for, bills that World owed to us, the Mellorews, etc. We had to ensure that they agreed to pay those bills if they agreed to purchase the land. And that is, so our yes vote was to agree to the assignment and assumptions that was agreed to. We had nothing to do with the actual purchase and the land purchase between World and Angels Crossing.
We haven't even seen the purchase agreement.
Yeah.
That's correct, because we're not party to it.
Correct. We don't even have any idea what they agreed to.
Correct.
And we've still not seen evidence that anybody has any money. But so if anybody can get a hold of any of that, that'd be great.
Correct.
Louis, are you good?
We got to unmic him.
Oh, he's
He's
good.
mute. Yeah.
His hand's still up though.
No, yeah.
Oh,
Okay, he's
okay.
good. All right,
He's
next
good.
up's Ryan.
Oh, no.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Hello. Well, so I had a question, kind of like a suggestion. So the March 24th meeting that's coming up, I don't really see that as, I mean, it's awesome that we're going to have that open dialogue between Angels Crossing, the water district, and the community, but it's hard for me to see that being a really productive meeting without some type of mediator. Would it be possible to have some kind of neutral party mediate the conversation so that way we can have a more effective dialogue? Because it's just, I feel it escalating into some very heated tensions, no matter how formal we try.
David.
I mean, I'm not opposed to it, but I don't know how you have a mediator interject himself or herself within a public meeting, which this is required to be. I mean, I think the best we're able to do is set forth some ground rules and some decorum rules and strictly enforce them.
That would be,
And
yeah,
we
that would
will
be great.
And we will be doing that 100%.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Thanks, Mike.
You're welcome.
Thanks, Ryan.
I just got a question, and it's from somebody I don't know. How they got my phone number? They're stalking me. Just kidding. The question is, can you explain bank water? If it's excess water, can't we sell that water? And David, you do a great job with this whole banking water thing. Could you please explain that? And then if anybody else wants to chime in, great.
Yes, banked water is excess water. The selling of the excess water is a little more difficult to explain. In the past, the answer is no, we have not been able to sell the excess water. And the reason we've not been able to sell that excess water is that that water is subject to a state license. And as part of that license, it can only be used in a certain, what's called an authorized place of use. That's the first issue. The second issue is that in order for us to sell that water, Kern County Water Agency must allow for it. They have to consent to it. When we first broached the idea of selling excess water out of the Panos bankruptcy, and we were in a very similar situation as we were now, Kern basically said, no, we're not going to allow you to sell anything. Out of that came the water banking agreement, which in essence, it's a sale of water. It's not on the open market, but what we get paid for that water is essentially the people the agencies that buy our excess banked water reimburse us for every state water project unit cost that we incur for that water. That's the answer to your question.
And if that didn't, you can text me again.
All right, we have Matt. I think he's raised his hand. Matt, we are not ignoring you. It's very difficult to see. Your camera is very dark. And if you look at the bottom of your Zoom screen, you can see there's a button there that says raise hand. And that's a better way to get our attention. So I'm going to mute him. Unmute
Thank
him.
you, Krista.
Yeah, sorry about that.
Oh, you're unmuting me. You're not muting me. You're unmuting me.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Matt.
I figured the signs were, I don't know, obnoxious at best. My thing is this, it seems like there's no alternative. You guys literally are pushing this rate hike. You know, I've seen and heard nothing. of
Matt,
an
what do you want us
alternative.
to do instead?
Honestly, we're not on the hook for this. Western Hills is. You guys represent us. I said this earlier on.
We represent the district, Matt. We took an
Okay.
oath to represent this district.
Okay, so cool. So I think at this point in juncture, we maybe need to have some people within the community represent us as well. Because the bottom line is this, the rate hike is just, it's a no-go.
Should we just let the district go then?
Yep, absolutely. Absolutely. At this point in juncture, as a community, we should be shopping.
Okay, well, we thank you for that. We'll take that under advisement. All right,
So you're
anybody
gonna-
else?
So
for
you're going to
the-
absolutely.
So
you can keep talking, Matt.
No, I got cut off. I
No,
was
you're
muted
good. You're
because
good.
apparently
No, you're
Matthew
good.
didn't want to hear what I had to say. The bottom line is this: Western Hills needs to file bankruptcy. They need to go back. We need to do a forensic audit. You know, look at how they're
happening.
spending them. Huh?
It's happening. Mark's working on it right now.
But see, here's the problem.
Pull up. Wait a second.
I don't. No. Hold on,
Chris.
See,
Pull up
Deb,
while you're talking. While
that's
you're
my biggest
talking.
degree, so I totally
Matt,
understand that.
Matt, while you're talking, Chris, can you pull up the slide from the state of California audit?
Sure.
5 years ago. And Matt, keep talking.
Yes.
My thing is with your forensic audit, it does not show pay rate. It does not show pay raises. It does not show bonuses. It does not show infrastructure. All it shows is the same generic stuff that we can get on their website. Bottom line, you want to put this on the community members, and you guys are representative of the community. You know, that's the bottom line. I get it. You know, you guys stated it. So everybody here in this Zoom meeting heard it. You represent Western Hills Water District. You don't represent the community. So you're not, no, you're not acting in good faith towards the community. Matthew even said it, you know, that he said it. You're not representing.
No,
in
I
good
said that,
faith.
Matt. Chris said that. Chris said that. And I said that as a technicality, and you know that. That we took an oath to this district, dude.
Called integrity.
Integrity. Well, guess what, guys?
ask you a
Your
question?
your integrity should be to the neighbors and all the people that have literally sat there and said,
I
"We
ask
What do you
can't
think we're
afford
doing
this."
here?
Sir, I'd like to
What
ask.
do I think you're doing? I think you guys are shoving. You guys are shoving this down people's throats. You are
Okay, so we
literally
are
in-
going to stop you now because you've had enough time
Matt,
to talk.
Matt, you
have
can't
one-
Wait a
stop me,
second.
Matt.
Have a single
No,
question.
don't.
I want to
Guys,
address the red herring.
guys, we can't keep on hearing the same thing in the redundancy. We
I understand
have
that,
to
but see,
move
I like
forward.
first and foremost, you guys, I like that the red herring. The bottom line is this: the Western Hills Water District needs to figure out how to pay off their own debts, not us, not the community.
It's not
That-
about debt, dude. It's
Okay.
about operating
We're
forward.
working
Well,
on all of those
bottom line
things.
is this,
We're
we
working on a
should-
lot of
we
different
should-
options, and
we
we've
should
been
be
discussing all those
shopping
options
other
tonight.
options. You know, my thing is this: 2008, they never changed the model. They never changed it. Okay, so we're going forward and we're looking to other people to pay their shortfalls. In business, that's stupid. That is dumb. You're going
We're changing
to.
it now to 595 homes.
Oh yeah, you are
Okay,
changing
so
it.
honestly-
But see, you guys are pushing that
Okay,
money
so
up
the
595
forensic
homes.
audit that you mentioned is a red herring. The reason
Yes.
being, we have someone currently working on all this and looking deep into, looking under every rock. to
But
find
is it an
every
outside
single nook
entity
and
or is
cranny.
it somebody
Let me
that's?
finish, sir, let me finish. We've given you a large floor to talk about whatever you'd like to. I
Yeah,
have a-
maybe 15 minutes.
do you
That's a
hope-
large floor.
No, you had
What
more.
do you hope to find in a forensic audit? Here's the thing, we just had a rate study done. They know the ins and outs of how all of our costs are calculated, how everything comes into the pot and how the pie is split up. that is open and honest and transparent. Okay, we've already done an audit 5 years ago, and we currently have somebody on the treasury looking into the books even further.
So you currently have some, you're hitting the thing.
And
You currently have
on
some
top of
on the
that, every
treasury looking
year-
into it.
Every
treasurer
year,
looking
we have
into
an
it.
outside firm.
But
Every
here's the thing.
year, we have an outside
Here's the thing.
firm
You guys
that
have kind of
audits
held
our
this thing over
financials.
everybody's head in this whole meeting. This whole thing in this whole meeting you've held over everybody's head is if it becomes insolvent, who knows where water's going to come from? And you've given that fear. You pandered that fear to everybody. Everybody in this meeting, everybody within the text, Facebook, with Nextdoor, you've pandered that fear to them.
We're
You know,
not pandering anything, Matt. That's just freaking reality, dude. You
Okay.
can
Well, the
claim
reality
however you
is
like.
they filed
Once again,
BK.
we're not going to continue.
Well,
Linda,
my
you wanted to
my
say
thing
something.
is with you guys are operating not for us, you're operating for them. You've come out and
That's your
said it.
opinion.
Okay.
Okay,
Who's them?
Linda, what did you want to say to Matt? Linda, what did you want to say?
Matt, I just wanted to tell you that this rate study and this rate increase that we're talking about is not to pay off debt. It's not to pay off anything in the past. This
Correct.
is to pay moving forward. Even
Correct.
if we raise these rates, we are still gonna owe a back debt to Kern County, a back debt to Patterson. This is not going to clean up any debt of anything in the past. This is going to cover our operating costs, the cost that it takes to take the water from the canal down the hill, the 4 pumping stations that it takes with massive pumps inside, so 2 and 3 pumps in each one of those pumping stations to pump it, the electricity that it costs to get it to our treatment plant, and then to treat it. And then this is going to cover. It's not going to cover anything
Correct.
else.
And just to let the community know,
You're unmuted.
because it was a red herring that was put out for the community to know, every year, we have an outside firm come in and financially audit all of our financials. When you see the financials posted on our website, those are the financials that have been audited. They are not our financials, they are audited. The yearly financials are audited. And then now if you could please put up the screen, Chris.
Hey, Matthew,
5
how
years
much, how much
ago-
are they paying you? Just out of you, I mean, at this
We don't get paid shit, Matt.
But it gets paid.
Nothing.
Okay.
That is highly
Let me
inappropriate.
just wait. Can you please put up the, okay. This was from 5 years ago. And the community, I don't know how many in the community have seen this. This is from the California State Auditor. This was when Mr. Guillermo was the president. So that's why it has his name on it. California Government Code Section 8546.2 authorizes the California State Auditor to establish a high-risk local government agency audit program to identify local government agencies, including but not limited to counties, cities, and special districts that are at a high risk for the potential of waste, fraud, abuse, and mismanagement, or that have major challenges associated with their economy, efficiency, or effectiveness. On May 13th, 2016, the state auditor informed the Western Hills Water District that it exhibited certain potential risk factors, in particular significant financial challenges, and the need to mitigate contaminants in the drinking water it provides to customers. The purpose of this initial assessment was to better understand the cause behind these risk factors and determine the district's planned response. The state auditor has now completed the initial assessment after interviewing district officials and reviewing all available documentation. As a result of our initial assessment, the state auditor concludes, the state of California auditor concludes that the Western Hills Water District is taking steps to address the risk factors we've identified. That's in the water. Especially although the district's revenues continue to be insufficient to fund operations, The community developer, that would have been World, under a master agreement with the district, is obligated to loan the district the funds needed for its operations until the district's revenues are sufficient to meet its annual cost of operation. This agreement allows the district to function even without sufficient revenue. While the community developer assumes the district's financial risk, further, the district is installing aeration equipment that it anticipates will allow it to meet a state-imposed December 2017 deadline to reduce the contaminants in its drinking water to an acceptable level. As a result, we will not be seeking approval from the Joint Legislative Audit Committee, which is like the big audit committee, to perform an audit at this time. The state auditor will continue to monitor the district's progress and may consider performing additional work, including seeking approval from the JLAC to perform an audit if necessary. Should the state auditor plan to perform additional work, the district will be notified at that time. We greatly appreciate the cooperation provided by district officials during the initial assessment, and if you have any questions, please do not hesitate. Audit principal. This basically, this pretty much shines a light to everyone that the state came in to look at our issues, to look at our problems. They did not find embezzlement. They did not find the financial records were all screwed up. What they found was the subsidy was the issue. The subsidy was the issue. And it continues to this day to be the issue. So it's very important for the community to know that only 5 years ago, we had the literal state of California up here, all up in our stuff, checking things out. And if they had seen or found anything that was anything horrible or in any way, shape, or form, we would have been audited by the full panel in the state of California. And that would have been a crazy scene, let me tell you. So the community needs to know the facts, not somebody's opinion.
Agreed. Matt
right,
Mesquite,
Fonda
if
is
you
on.
want to ask another question, raise your hand using, please, the indicator at the bottom of your Zoom screen. We have a question here from Kevin
Okay.
Halverson.
Hi, Kevin.
Hello again. Can everybody hear me?
Hey, dude. Yeah, you're
Yes,
good.
sir.
All right. Hey, so I guess what I think Matt's trying to say, and I'm trying to kind of sort through all this as we go here, is that this has been going on for a while, and it seems to be that moving forward with this projected bill amount that we're going to be getting can be looked at and viewed as bailing the water district out by the residents of here. I just want to make sure that that's not the case, right? We're not here trying to bail, a boat that's sinking by upcharging us constantly every month, right? If you guys are a public entity, which you are, I think that is something that needs to be addressed on the public side, which you are doing, which is awesome. It's great. I just want to make sure, comforting for me, that we're not bailing a boat. You know what I mean?
No, sure.
Absolutely.
I was in the Coast Guard for 10 years. I know what bailing a boat out is that's sinking.
Yeah.
It's not.
I
good.
hope so. I mean, I hope not, because you're here.
It sucks. Right. No, and this is why we're trying to explain it's the revenue. It's the
Right.
revenue side. The debt side is going to be taken care of in several different ways. We have a lot of options on that. But when it comes to just the simple enough money coming in to pay revenue, the expenses, the costs to get the water up here, the water itself, if we don't get that revenue, that's the problem. If we get the revenue, it gives us time to do all the other things, whether it be
Right.
the foreclosures, what have you, getting other developers in here to build. The more,
So I guess-
the more we develop, the lower the rates go.
I totally understand that. And this is all, we're all in this because of the developers, right? We're all in
Correct.
this predicament because nobody's following through on the development side of what they need to do. But at the same time, I do feel that by us paying this amount every month, because I know I can't afford it. I can tell you that right now. If this does happen, I'm going to have to sell the house I just bought.
Mhm.
I'm going to have to get out of here. I don't want to have to do that.
Sure.
So, paying this amount, I mean, I don't know how to word this without saying it rudely, but that it's not really our problem.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like this is something that, and I'm not trying to go at you because you're doing everything you possibly
No, I get
can
it.
to fix
I
it.
don't
I'm
take
just
this
trying to make
personal.
sure that this is something that was concerning me.
I just want to reassure you, because if you're feeling this way, hundreds of people are feeling this way.
Yeah.
Right.
And I want to reassure you, the number that came out, that 390 number and that 769 number, which when I multiply it for my personal house, I'm around 515 or something, maybe 520 a month. When I calculate it for my mom, 82-year-old, lives over in the Ventnor area, I'm going to be paying most of her subsidy. I'm going to be paying that because that's what I do, So I'm not happy. So I just want everyone in the community to understand that that number is the realistic. It's that dental office. It's all the crap we found out of what it's going to take for the revenue to be where we can pay all of the bills, where then the sewer money that comes in from all of us can actually go down to Patterson. That number represents that. None of us all of us do not want to see that number be imposed. And so we now have the task of what can we do?
Right.
The object is to buy time. That is the object. We're going to be looking at doing a partial, like a non-permanent hike, maybe, where it's not permanent. It's something that can buy us the time needed to where the revenue's coming in. Again, with my analogy, we're not borrowing from that battery, which is the refinance bond money. We can maybe get to the point where we can use the funds that we need to further get to the point where developers can get here, because doing what we need to do costs money. And we do need the revenue flow coming in to help us do that. Lots and lots of work on our part as directors to come up with a number that could work for the community, that could work for us. And we will continue to do that. There is no number on the table with any of us directors right now. We know the number that's not on the table. It was the one presented to everybody last week. That number right out of the gate, boom, that's really not a non-starter. It just told us where we were at. We needed that information, as the community does. And transparency is a crazy thing. We're transparent with you with big numbers, and then we get a lot of. So transparency on both parts, it's a good thing, but it also comes with a lot of jitters and a lot of fear. We know that. We want to calm everybody and say, we're working on it. We're trying to come up with every solution possible that's going to make this work. But at the end of the day, I don't want to lie to you. I don't want to promise you things I can't promise you. I have to be honest with you and tell you that this district has a revenue problem because we are not plugged into that subsidy of the developer.
Right.
That
And
is-
that lies the main issue here. It's getting a new developer or fixing this
Yes.
developer, right?
You got
And
it.
I know personally, it's nobody on the board's fault right now that this is going on. I want you all to know that, right?
Thank you.
But unfortunately, we are stuck in this situation.
Yes.
And, it is what it is. And if you're saying, I liked your analogy because I work in a health and hospital system, is that, we are plugged into an IV line, right? And that IV line
Cool,
has a
somebody
drip.
got it.
Yeah. And that IV line has a drip, and that drip
Yes.
is now unplugged, right?
Yes, yes.
So in order to kind of get that plugged back in, and we do have to do a hike, hypothetically, how long and what's your number to help do what you need to do? How long do we need to be in that hike, and what number do you need to reach in order to accomplish that?
Well, everything has a process, everything. When you look at courts and going to court on things, you don't just like walk into, Judge Judy's courtroom, you don't, it takes time to get things going. It's hiring the right attorney to do the right work. You got the foreclosure process, that's a process in of itself. I'm thinking, me personally, once again, this is not a number that is guaranteed. This is just me as one director. It's going to take some time, and that number could be anywhere from 2 years, maybe 3. I don't know. It could be less. we have to hash that out. We've got to get some facts. That's why we're going to have another meeting with these rate study folks coming back, and they're going to have another idea for us. It's too soon to put dates and times on things, but it's going to take time. Nothing happens quickly.
Right.
trust
And
me.
I was asking your opinion. That's all.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I appreciate you being up forth and honest and, transparent with us. I think that's
But don't hold
absolutely
me
needed
to
in a
that.
situation like this. So I do appreciate it and thank you for your time.
Thank you,
sir.
Kevin.
Fonda, I think. Am I?
Fonda Houston is next.
Oh, I don't see her.
Yeah.
There you go, Fonda. You're good.
Hello.
Hi.
It's me again.
Hello.
Okay, so I just have a question because okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah, you're
Okay,
good.
I
You're
have a
good.
question because you guys brought up the audit letter. Is that letter available? I'd like to read it a
That's
little
on the
bit more
website, or it will
closely.
be.
It will be, Fonda.
Okay.
And, do you have my email address?
No, I don't.
It's Chris
Okay,
Blessing.
so let me go on to say. Okay,
It
because
will.
you said
It's-
the audit report done
It'll-
5 years ago.
Yes.
Is that what you said?
2016. Yep, 2016.
Okay. Okay, so I heard you read that in the letter that they would be monitoring you. So you haven't been monitored in 5 years? I'm just trying to understand
That's,
this.
yeah, that's because there was no further need. It kind of states in there that they'll monitor until there's a need, and I believe that was way before I was on the board, but I believe that all phased out because they saw everything was starting to go back right. Our water levels, they were paying their subsidy, we were getting our bills paid, and all of that.
But we do have an outside auditor that checks our books, though.
Yes,
Every year.
yes, we have audits every year from an outside auditor that does all of our finances. Yes.
And
Yeah,
we
I'm
do
just
have
saying,
a-
normally when the state comes out and then they said they're going to be monitoring, that's usually annual, because I used to do audits for the state.
Right.
So when we say we're monitoring, which means that we're going to at least go out annually to check, and if not annually, it'll be every 2 years. So I'm just
Once again,
trying to
I believe
understand
that, and David, maybe you can answer this, but I believe what I was told was there was a completion point that where they were like, you're on your own now.
And then they'll issue a letter. If you've reached the completion point where they're no longer monitoring, they'll send you a letter
All right,
saying
so
that we're
David, do you
done,
have
we're
anything to
closed
say on
out,
that?
blah, 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 blah.
Right, David, do you have any?
No, the only thing I can say is that was the letter, and there's never been anything from the state since. We don't control what the state does. They do what they do. So we've not been contacted by them since, as far as I'm aware.
Interesting. I'd like to see that letter. Thank you.
Fonda, are you on Nextdoor?
Chris, she can just pop, she said she's gonna go to the
Yes, I am.
website, so we just need to get it up on the website.
Well, I could email it to you too, Fonda, if you message me on Nextdoor.
Put it on the website is fine. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Oh, all right, we might have reached the end of the questions.
Is there anything else from the folks?
We're down to half the audience at this point. Fair enough. It's 10 o'clock.
All right, well, we're gonna continue to work for the community and
Oh,
yep,
Anna.
Anna.
Hi, Anna. You're good to go.
Hi. Thank you. So I learned a few new things tonight during this meeting, but need clarification on some because I'm confused now.
Sure.
So can Angels Crossing sell land to builders now or not?
If we're talking about the will call letter again.
Oh, I don't even know what that is. Never heard of that in my life before tonight.
Okay, so what that is when somebody wants to buy a piece of land, one of the checkoffs, it's just a routine kind of thing, but one of the checkoffs, Julie, you want to take it?
Yeah, I'm just going to say real quick.
Yep.
If a developer sells to another developer, I don't believe that letter is even necessary. So if they
Okay.
plan on selling to somebody who's actually going to develop, they don't really need that.
Okay, perfect. But to just explain the letter to her so she knows, when you're selling a piece of land to, let's say you wanted parcel up there that you wanted to build a house on, your real estate agent, one of the checkoffs in the disclosures would be, can I get water to this? Because you want to build a house or something. So the water district that supplies the water would be giving you or providing to the title company a letter that states, yep, we can guarantee that water is going to go there. The problem with the Angels Crossing situation, number one, the letter came to us in a I think it was a text or something from someone in our community asking, hey, why hasn't this been taken care of? It was kind of hokey the way it came through, and I don't recall exactly how it came through, but it came through in a kind of a weird way. And we noticed that on that letter, the address was to the clubhouse. It wasn't even to the Western Hills Water District. And then the letter states that there's attachments with it. Those attachments obviously weren't there in this little thing that we kind of got in a hokey way. So number one, we need a actual copy of all of that professionally done, sent to the water district officially, to our address, not to some other address. So that's number one. But number two, knowing that they're kind of wanting that, it's a serious issue at this moment. With a developer that's not paying the subsidy, with the revenue that is not happening, with us now in a water rate study and a situation where we're concerned if we're going to have enough money to keep going, because these are real issues. I, as the president of the Western Hills Water District, and I know the other board members are a little concerned, and our attorney are a little concerned in whether or not we could really send to the title company at this very moment that will call, because it could become a fraudulent situation. If we say, okay, here, yes, we can provide water there, and then somebody buys that land, and then they expect to have water, and we're in this nightmare, well, pretend it was you. You would be pissed beyond measure. And then we could come back and say, well, why did you say this? So there's kind of a legal situation here, and none of us are really comfortable at the moment. That could change, but at the moment we're a little concerned. And so we're still kind of working on that. But on top of that, we don't even have an official request.
Okay.
That's the facts.
Okay. And then I have another question. So earlier, Julie mentioned or stated, why should we meet with them? Like, why should y'all meet with Angels Crossing? Some of the residents received a copy of the letter that was emailed to you today. And it says that it's from Rhonda.
On
and
the
it says,
website too. Yep.
Okay,
it's
yeah,
posted
that
on the
she,
website.
okay, yeah, and that she had hoped that your letter dated March 11th was would be an invitation to mediate the disputes between Western Hills and Angels Crossing, given your promise in, I guess, February 10th. So are you guys like refusing to meet with it? Because I'm really confused and I'm stuck in the middle.
So the mediation thing on February 10th, with everything that's gone on, my mind's a little blurry, but I believe that was a little bit of a tongue in cheek because we were kind of getting lambasted. And I was like, okay, fine, we'll get a mediation thing going. Okay, whatever. Because the point was, the community for some reason does not understand how much communication has occurred. And let me just say there's been a lot. And I believe Chris has placed on the website, or is going to be placing on the
It's on
website,
it.
it's already there. All of the documents that we can release that are not attorney-client privilege information. Every board member here has been able to see the confidential things, and those cannot be discussed, and those things cannot be released. But there is a lot, and every single board member has had an opportunity to read that information. And I'm just letting you know that there has been a lot. On top of that, there has been letters Angels Crossing has sent to the community outside of Western Hills Water District. I'm a member here. They've sent out a lot of things, promising a lot of things and giving deadlines of when those things were going to come to pass, and they haven't. It's kind of the same thing that's happened with the district. There's been a lot of promises made. You can read it on those documents on our website. There have been a lot of, we will do this by this date, and then we will do it by that date. And then we will complete it by this date. And we have waited patiently, respectfully, and none of those things have come to fruition. So there is a lot that the community might not understand. We have actually been communicating with Angels Crossing. I know that the social media sphere and universe says differently, but they don't know. They haven't seen our emails. They don't understand what's happened behind scenes. There has been numerous opportunities and we have communicated and we've gotten nothing. And after 11 months where they have a contract to pay and they haven't, it does get a little frustrating. And that's where we kind of say, what's really mediation going to do with a group of people that don't have any money?
Yeah.
And
Well,
promise to pay and then don't, because those promises have been made, they're in writing, and then they kind of pass. Oh, the money's coming next month. Oh, we got a guy giving us the money the next month. We hear this all the time. The community's heard that. The community, the HOA, everybody's heard that. So it's just one of those awkward, kind of horrible things. We all want
yeah, it is pretty
them to
awkward.
succeed. We've always wanted them to succeed. But after a year of no money, no payments, no nothing, I don't know. There's a point where you just kind of have to go, I don't know if that answers
Okay.
your question.
Well, they've got
Yeah,
to see.
I'd like to
Oh,
add,
go ahead.
I just wanted to add to that.
Anna,
They've made a lot of promises to the residents that don't require water.
have I died,
No, you're good.
No, you're there.
Krista?
There's a lot of
Did they hear
things
me?
that,
Yeah, we can hear you, Matt.
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
No. I have nothing.
Go to where your microphone is on the bottom left.
okay. But directed to Anne Marie,
Yeah.
Angels Crossing has made a lot of promises to this community that
Can you
don't
hear me now?
require money. They don't, and they
I know.
haven't,
I'm looking. I'm working.
and they haven't.
Matt, you're talking over Linda.
I have to mute the director. I feel terrible.
Carry on, Linda. Thank you.
And as a, and I live here too. So as a resident, not just a board member, as a resident, I'm wondering why aren't, okay, so you have these issues with the Western Hills Water District. Okay, I get that. Why aren't you doing all the other things that you said you're gonna do? Why aren't you, and I'm not, this is me as a resident kind of talking, why didn't you move the guard shack like you told us you were gonna do? Why aren't you refurbishing the clubhouse like you told us you were gonna do? Why aren't you paying your garbage bill so that the guards at the guard shack can have some place to throw the trash? I mean, there are things that don't require money that they've sent letters to us saying they're going to do, yet I see nothing.
That's right.
Big goose egg.
Just to make sure, can everybody hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
We've been on so long, my earbuds went dead.
Okay, Anne has her hand up again.
All right, thank you.
You're
Hey,
good, Anna?
Yeah, I think so.
All right. All right. Well, if you
Thanks.
come with something else in a few minutes, let me know.
Okay.
Thank you. All right. Is that everything? Have we exhausted everyone's questions? I know we're down to only four pages in my thing. I don't know how many folks are here.
We're still got 47 people here.
47. Okay. Any more questions?
Let me just state, I just want to tell everyone,
Yes,
thank you for
go ahead.
hanging on.
Yes, and you guys, we're going to work our damnedest to get a number that's going to work for a length of time that's going to work, to give us enough time to get the things that we need to do to save our community and to save the district, save our homes. There's a lot we're working on. And we're not lying to you when we tell you that we're working. I literally put in 60 hours. And I know Julie's put in that, if not more. And I know the others have too. We are doing everything we can, and none of us, just so everyone is clear, no one of us are getting paid any money. And we're doing it because we love this community. We love our homes. We love living here. And I hope that we can get the answers that will work the best. We will
You and
see
me both, Pat.
everybody. I want to adjourn the meeting, but I'd like to remind everybody we will be back next Wednesday evening. I have not set a time yet, so when we figure that out, we have to kind of put everything together of what it's going to look like. And once again, I would remind the community, all of us are going to behave ourselves and we're going to act responsibly and respectfully. And I'm serious. For all of us, myself included, I really do want to hear from them. Even though I have my own frustrations, it's still the right thing to do to give them, the Angels Crossing, an opportunity to communicate. So we're going to have a planned out way of doing things to give fairness. And we're going to get with that, and we'll get that to them. If Rhonda, you're still on the line, we'll get that to you as soon as we can. But it's going to be a respectful night on everybody's part, on Angels Crossing's part, our part, and the community's part. And we want answers. That's all we want. And hopefully maybe we'll come up with something here. Maybe we'll get some good answers. I'm really wanting to believe that.
I think we're all hopeful.
Yes. All right, folks, I am making an motion to adjourn the meeting, and we will,
Seconded.
all in favor?
Aye.
Good night, everybody. Good
Good
night,
night,
Mr.
dude.
Blessing.
Good night. Sorry. Good
You
night.
did great. Good night, everybody.
You too.
Good night, Don. There he is. You were somewhere on those long pages ago. I didn't see you. I was like, where's Don? There you are. All right. Good night, Don. Thank you, everybody.
Good night.
Bye-bye.